not without all of what has been going on for the last 10 years. The two individuals who have actually been making, who give the impression of stalking and harassing these, still promoting this conspiracy that they've been involved in a sort of cult sort of thing, is yourself and Kaylee Ionath, who I think is your girlfriend now or something.
So yeah, you've been mislaid. You've been misrepresented the truth here regarding what's occurred.
Right. At the end of the day, it's stuff which has been put onto the internet.
But I'm saying your premise, the premise of what you're basing your suggestions of misinformation is in turn the inversion of the truth. So there is this active. They were involved in child sexual abuse, trafficking, and the murder of small babies.
Well, that is your opinion, of course, and I respect your opinion.
No, it's proven. It's proven.
Well, the thing is there has been investigations, there has been court cases. I think
incorrect.
Sorry.
In
court.
No,
I think you have been in court.
The evidence wasn't. No, I was not charged with any any wrong intention. I was charged for only offending in the wording that I used against Ricky.
Okay, so let's put aside this debate of whether what has happened sort of 10 years ago. What is your position now? You know, everybody's had their chance, had their say, etc. about all this. What I want, from my point of view, as their representative, I want all mentions of Mr. Dearman and also his children to cease. You and Kaylee are, at this moment in time, the two key people throughout the world. I mean, there's been hundreds and hundreds of people on this, sort of promoting this thing, but it's kind of like died down as things do. The circus has moved on, but you and Kaylee are still promoting this, and it's not giving the kids in this and Ricky Dearman any kind of peace. And I'm just asking you if you can.
But you're not listening to what I said. So you're asking me to what? Sorry, to cease.
I'm asking you to stop mentioning them.
Yeah, so you've just presented some incorrectual points as well to say that every side's being heard. So the case was covered up in the private family court. It should have gone through a criminal investigation. The boy describes how he's seen pictures of his dad doing sex to him on his devices. He describes how his dad gives him white powder to sniff out of a big bag that puts it into a smaller bag. None of these points were addressed. The hair sample, which would have had those, went missing. The mother never saw the hair samples with that drug test. So there's just so many incorrectual points that you're making that you really need to go back to the drawing table and figure out actually who's telling you the truth.
I'm not interested in everybody's had their investigations. The police have done their
No. I just told you it got funneled to a private family court. It did not go through judicial process to the criminal courts like it should have done.
There was a social services investigation. There was a police investigation in this, and both the social services and the police did not find anything to prosecute, charge, or do anything.
Incorrect. So you're either involved or you've been mislaid. You misrepresented the information. So whatever you want to do going forward, you do what you want to do, and you'll be held accountable along with the rest. So are you with an organisation, or is this just a freelance activity you're doing?
My company is called Castle Corbenek, and I represent clients like Ricky Dearman and the two kids. I've been appointed to deal with this.
Castle or Castle?
Castle Corbenek Limited.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so I deal with creatives, yeah, and one of my clients is Ricky Dearman and also his youngsters, and I've been asked to deal with this. Now, what I'm asking in a positive spirit to let this go. So, if you proceed to continue to post about Ricky Dearman and his children, then things are going to get more serious for you in the situation of court action will be taken against you, plus there will be referrals to the police.
You would have done that already by now, mister. So you are being used or you are involved, one or the other. Which is it?
Their representatives. So,
but
I'm asking you to...
What does that mean? What does that mean? You're willing to lie for people and threaten people? Is that what you're saying? You're threatening me?
I'm asking you to stop mentioning these
Why
people.
are you not going with the truth, though? Why are you willing to relay these incorrect statements?
Well, from my point of view, there's been 10 years for you and others to actually prove your case, and you haven't proved your case.
Yeah, we have. Yes, we have. It's not been refuted. The evidence is available. Yeah. Have you seen the medical reports? Have you seen how he says that his dad is best friends forever, BFFs, with Lewis Hollins, the school teacher, and the inconsistencies in the retractions, quote unquote, where the daughter, Elisa, says... no, my father's never met Lewis Hollins, doesn't even know him. And then this is the year 3 or 4 teacher, and then Gabriel in the same supposed retraction that's meant to be a solid retraction, which has been verified by many ex-police and people who are very trained in children investigation, that these are impossible to coach that level, and they were not consistent, the retractions, whereas the allegations were totally consistent. And the boy, he said, yes, my dad comes down from Sheffield and stays with Lewis Hollins. They're really good friends or something like that. Like, he reiterates what they've already said in the previous disclosures of over an hour each, near an hour and a half. And then they are clearly sedated or under some sort of very heavy psychological pressure and intimidation. And they then make these very flimsy, non-correlating, non-full retractions at all. You have been misled, or you are... by the sounds of it, you're not involved, because you do sound too naive to it. But I'm telling you, 100% factual, that Ricky Dearman, bless him, I do not know malice, because he's obviously gone through something to become in this situation himself. But he is, sadly, a paedophile and involved in child murder.
I can only give you certain facts, and the first fact is there has been a police investigation.
No, incorrect. No, it was not a police investigation. No, it was a police cover-up.
Steve Martin was actually the head of that investigation.
Steve Martin, it got upheld by the Criminal Case Review Committee. No, sorry, the IPCC, the Independent Police Complaints Department, before it got changed to the IOPD. Suspiciously, because they upheld twice, once in 2015, once in 2016, that the interviewing officer appeared to lead the retractions. There needed to be further investigation, a full investigation, it stated, and the mother, Ella, my friend, has never heard back from the the IPCC. They changed their name to the IOPD, and they have ignored her, and we are going through every other process. We're dealing with the I won't give away all our information, but we've been pursuing this every single day for 10 years. This is a very high level paedophile cult, a generational incestual cult, and you are either involved, and you've made yourself involved now, and by relaying these facts just for money, just because you're being paid to work for somebody, does not wash. And like Henry Milner wrote in his book, there are no lawyers in heaven. I don't take that vein literally. Henry Milner is not very good appearingly involved, being threatened on us by other Satanist paedophiles in this cult. And also, this is coming. The justice is coming. So you either got to make a decision now. You either are involved or you get out of it.
Well, my point of view is that I'd like the stalking and harassment of Mr. Dearman and his children to cease. I have been appointed for 3 of these individuals. The youngsters have asked that you also cease to mention them. So I'm representing them as well. If they're now adults, of course. So if they're not under any influence of anybody anymore, they're doing their own things.
No, that's totally irresponsible thing to say. You think an adult can't be under psychological pressure, intimidation?
Well, they're not.
They absolutely are.
If there was any issues, they would have gone to the police themselves as adults. This hasn't happened.
That doesn't happen. That's not when you've been threatened with prison for killing babies and raping children from a young age. You are under immense psychological pressure. So either you are in the same situation, and I have utmost compassion for you, I feel for you, and I wish you all the best. I can continue this call as long as you want, but it's only going to go round in circles.
Yeah, well, it would be a waste of time, but you now know my position, okay?
If that's where you want to...
This stalking harassment must cease, otherwise I will take legal action and there'll be police sort of involved as well. So that's my position, and I've tried to resolve this diplomatically, in a friendly, open, transparent manner with yourself. We're having this conversation as a result, and it is frustrating that you are moving down a pathway where you're going to continue the stalking and harassment of my client.
No, you're projecting. You've called my sister to call me, to threaten me on people that if there was an issue, they would have gone to the police. They would have brought this up with the actual avenues of what we're supposedly doing. But because my court case, I was innocent on 138 posts out of 140 posts. I was innocent on a total whole charge of giving out leaflets at the Church Synod in Westminster with the named children, with the named father, with the named location and the accusations. They only managed to get me through fear, because me and my solicitor, we were too scared and too but at the time we were too, under the pressure and confusion of the whole situation, because it is bizarre. And if you aren't, let's just take it on face value that you're not involved. It is terribly confusing. I'll give you that. It is terribly bizarre. But that does not give you an excuse to lie about the facts in hand.
Well, all I can say, I thank you very much for contacting me and discussing this. My position doesn't change, and I'm sure your position doesn't change. I can only state what will happen moving forwards, and that's how we must leave it, I guess. You know, it's appreciated for calling me. You have my telephone number. You can contact me at any point, in the future, and I'm happy to receive your call. But I don't think we're going to be getting anywhere in this conversation today.
Interesting. Oh, well, we'll see where we go, hey?
Okay. Thanks so much for your call, Jake.
Thanks, bye.
Okay, bye. Not without...
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go?
Who are these 20 special children?
There's Millie, she's a brown girl.
Millie who?
Millie Cowell.
Millie Cow?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you know she's one of the 20 special children?
Because I know, because she comes and they do sex to her, mostly.
Who's that?
Looking on the World Wide Web, waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, waiting to open our kids' door.
Well, so they also make shoes of the skin, of the baby's skin.
They got a special tool and they
put it in the skin and like in the baby's skin, and then they
take
take
it
it
off.
out, and then they stick
Where
it
did all
because
the
the blood
nonsense
is
go?
kind of sticky,
And
stick
they
it on
make
the
the shoe with the sole
on the
and
flip.
where did all the
Stick
nonsense
on the
go?
flip flop.
They got flip flops and like those shoes, like the one that I. Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, waiting to open our kids' door.
So today's guest and conversation, his name is Daniel Klein, and you are soon going to meet him, and he is an incredible speaker about his process and story. He is still, I would say, in the process of finding his way out from where he was born and began, which was in a settlement in the West Bank, steeped in the philosophy and activities of religious Zionism. He no longer holds any of those beliefs and is now actively fighting against those things. So he tells the story incredibly well. I'll let him do it. He writes incredibly well on Substack as well. I'm going to link to that below. Do follow his writing and keep an eye out for what he's doing. And then I'll give you just one bit of pre-context for the conversation, because I'm actually scheduled to talk tomorrow to someone else who was going to have a similar kind of ethos. There is a kind of common criticism happening right now when two Jewish people, like myself, I was raised Jewish, and Daniel, discuss the kind of things we're going to discuss, where people say things like, it's really not time to center, Jewish strife and trauma, right? Like it feels very navel gazing and self-centered to be still talking about our own trauma and our own struggles when there's bombs dropping on the heads of Palestinians and obviously plenty of other people in the world. And I absolutely get that criticism and that sort of stance. But I do want to defend it a bit, or at least give some air to the reason, at least personally, why I think it's important. I've always viewed my accident of birth and coming to see what I saw in my community, in my hometown in Allentown, Pennsylvania, in a sort of liberal Zionist congregation, which is quite different than what Daniel saw, as a kind of opportunity, not one that I asked for, but an opportunity as sort of a front row seat to a rather crucial and important wrinkle and an aspect and groove of psychological processes and philosophical trappings that actually are crucial to the perpetuation of systems that produce genocides and horrors all over the world. And obviously then also just some sort of strict economic consequentialist sort of arguments for why it matters, that there is a ton of power to actually change things that is concentrated in those communities. And so it does make sense to talk.
Are you that fucking stupid? I swear to God, you really want to get the fucking whores done over, don't you? Like, are you that desperate to just get attention that you literally don't fucking, you sick cunt. Don't talk about, honestly, Clyde. I just wasn't even going to talk, but I swear to God, shall I start doing the names again? Is this what we're going to keep doing this, are we? Oh Christ, don't bring up the fucking Jews. You deserve to fucking suffer, you cunt, for every fucking child there that you fucking make a mockery of, you sick fucking paedophile cunt. You deserve to suffer threefold for every innocent, tenfold for every fucking child. My fucking blessing, you sick cunt. Fuck you to hell.
That actually are crucial to the perpetuation of systems that produce genocides and horrors all over the world. And obviously then also just some sort of strict economic consequentialist sort of arguments for why it matters, that there is a ton of power to actually change things that is concentrated in those communities. And so it does make sense to talk about these processes directly. But if that doesn't make sense to you quite now, I actually lay out an argument near the end of this conversation after the hour mark that actually is also in this book, another little pitch for the book, about how we tend to encounter moral dilemmas and evils around us in the world. And I do it through the analogy of a grandmother on your birthday with a smile presenting you a sweater that she knit. So Daniel liked the argument. It's also, like I said, in the book. And if you like that kind of thing, I think it's an important aspect to put into the conversation and into the world, and why these kind of conversations between someone like myself and Daniel. And then again, I'm recording it tomorrow with myself and a folk singer who wrote a song about his disillusionment with his own Jewish community, and that there is a place, and I think an important and crucial place, not to nudge anyone out of the conversation or bust anyone out of the conversation, but to put the process of ending genocides and systems that are producing horror shows in the world as also a personal struggle and a personal psychological journey to some sort of peace that, again, can sound a little bit sort of self-indulgent at times, but I think is crucial to the global conversation on this topic and many, many others. So I'll let the conversation play now. I love talking to Daniel Klein. I'll probably be doing a little pitch for the book at the intro of a lot of upcoming conversations, because I really do want you to engage with it, obviously. And I really appreciate everyone watching this here. Do like and subscribe and hit the notification bell, I guess, because again, I see weird stuff happening in the view counts that I'm not the only one who talks about these kind of subjects, that I'm sure is noticing the same thing. So I appreciate you out there, wherever you are, finding me, supporting me, and keeping an eye on what I'm doing. So now, enjoy myself and Daniel Klein. It was an absolute pleasure. I think you'll enjoy it.
Born in Jerusalem in 1991 during the Gulf War. So I was actually born during an air raid siren, if we're talking about where these kind of traumas start very, very early.
Yeah.
And I was raised in a settlement in the West Bank where I lived for the first 22 years of my life. And after that, I lived in the Tel Aviv area for another.
Just going to let this be a lesson for everybody else that sees this beyond now, how you don't align with wrong-uns and nonces, especially anonymous pieces of shit, because this cunt here literally does not care for Rebecca Elizabeth Penman, Greenwich and Morocco, Michaela Onyavosa of 7 Joan Crescent Elton, Helen James, Windsor, Barbara McKay, Southampton, Cleon Millward, Greenwich, Luke Horan, Preston, Mandy Mosley, Birmingham, Gary O'Brien, Birmingham, Linda Morden, Telford, Brian Leroy, Hansford, Bridgewater, Dorset, I can never remember, Amy Louise Thomas, the actual whore. There's so many, and this cunt thinks he's fucking clever because he's in America. So this is what happens when you suck off the fucking devil to be popular for 5 fucking minutes. Fuck over your fucking kids for paedophiles, you stupid cunts. Now your names and faces are out there for this cunt and for Pip. How clever do you feel, Rebecca Elizabeth Penman, Helen James Windsor, Michaela Neovosa, 7 Joan Crescent Elton? How clever you feeling, Barbara McKay, Southampton? How clever? This cunt doesn't fucking care what comes for you or your families. Keep going, Clyde Stanhope in America. Keep going, keep bringing it to the whores. Keep bringing it to the whores, they deserve it all.
Aviv area for another 11 years or 10 years before finally leaving. And so I grew up deep in the heart of this story, on a settlement surrounded by what I knew at the time as Arabs, moving through all of the education systems, the youth groups, the culture, the society, the military, the army, pre-preparatory, yeshiva. So I really come from, well, not only the biblical heartland, as some would say, but also the ideological heartland of religious Zionism. So I grew up in a religious Zionist settlement.
Yeah. This is Efrat Zionist settlement?
Yes, Efrat.
And just
about 20 minutes south of Jerusalem.
Yeah, I was going to say with the geography, because there's Jerusalem, and then for people who haven't been there, this all gets a little confusing. I'll put the maps on the screen now, but Efrat would be to get into Jerusalem proper. You would have to pass. Well, if you were Palestinian, you would have to pass through a checkpoint, right, to make that transit. For you, it would take 15 minutes on a car that's protected. That's for Israelis only.
15, 20 minutes, though. As time went by, it got longer and longer because the checkpoint itself started turning into a border crossing, and more people live in the settlement. So now there's rush hour traffic.
Rush hour
going in. But growing up, it was not as densely populated, and there wasn't as much congestion. And that speaks a little bit to how this is turning into what the project is turning into. So if you live in Efrat today, most people who live there are just working class, middle class working families, who are, many of which are choosing to live there just because it's more convenient, or the cost of living, or the community, or close to nature. And this is one of the things that I speak about, that the West Bank is not what most people think. Most of the hundreds of thousands of residents are not ideological zealots.
Yeah. Well, say more about that, because I think people are confused about that, and in fact, people will have noticed you don't have a thick Israeli accent. Your parents are actually American. I think your dad is from Pennsylvania. I'm curious where, because that's also my stomping ground.
Scranton, Pennsylvania. Coal mining, Scranton, Pennsylvania, which I believe is a part of the story, in the sense that my dad grew up with.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
Like it could get any more tragic for Babs, her grandchildren. I mean, I don't know how aware her children are. Honestly, I don't know what to expect from normal human beings anymore these days. Everything's so fucking backwards and upside down and wrong, isn't it? All over the place. So I'm quite philosophical now about what I feel is happening, and it's not exactly black and white, but there's definitely a divide, and now there's going to just be a period of people dying off, losing their minds. I mean, people just looking at people like is it Perez Hilton, is that his name? That guy that literally tortured people 20 years ago. Britney Spears, I think, was one of the main ones. But just having a complete mental breakdown now. He's hospitalised himself, isn't he? Probably going to be under whatever orders for... You drive yourself mad. This is what's going on with you. Like, you've driven yourselves mad. What you've tried to do is psychologically destroy people. And yes, you did get some people. And you, even those of us that have survived it, you did literally take us to hell and back, most of us. But what have you done to yourself? Sparkle got sectioned, didn't she? As far as I know. I mean, how many of the suicides were actually the trolls and not the targets? I wonder. Because guilt and shame is very real. Very, very real. It might sound like an easy thing. You might think that you can be cruel and you can be a liar and you can be an actor and you can then thinking that you'll be able to just to do these things indefinitely, dedicate your life to something inauthentic or evil, and then that you're going to be still grounded and still making sense of the world around you some years down the line when you've literally dedicated your entire being to something fake. Like, for instance, Clyde. How fucking crazy is anybody who's spending their entire lifetime trying to assert authority over other people in other continents, but anonymously? I mean, it just doesn't get any more pathetic. Oh, sorry, I wasn't reading the chat there. Kaylee, you cry. Another. All right, you're doing it again. Right, why the fuck have you come here, you stupid old cunt, and started talking about my children? Right, you're not understanding. God. This is Babs. For a long time, I was really hoping that something wasn't going to get you, like in the street, but now I really don't mind. I really don't mind, because you just need to be stopped, you dangerous old cunt. I just don't mean like for me, you're dangerous to me. Your energy and the sort of shit you do just being normalised and okayed, no, it needs to actually be eliminated. Like, stopped. Do you understand? Okay, so keep pushing buttons. Keep talking about my kids, cunt. See what happens. Just see what happens. See what happens, Babs. Barbara McKay, Southampton. My explicit blessing, fucking cunt. Keep going. So yeah, anyway, back to the anonymous. It's just such a fucking joke, isn't it? Just such a fucking joke. It is what it is. Again, you're here to tell me that you feel clever and start talking about my kids like that's going to work out well for you. It's going to work out well for Rebecca Elizabeth Penman. It's going to work out well for Michaela on the face for 7 Jane Crescent Eltham, Helen James Windsor, the fucking whores that have created this for me and still come here to still fucking go on, you fucking cunt. Fuck you to hell, Barbara McKay, Southampton. Call 999, fucking cunt. Go on. You're a fucking mess. You are a fucking mess. You deserve everything you get. Everything you get, cunt. Everything. Fucking prick, you are. Scum of the fucking earth, whore. So many fucking dead children on your hands, you cunt. Burn in hell, Barbara McKay, Southampton.
bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Oh, Becca.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles. Knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
Yeah. Well, say more about that, because it's. I think people are confused about that, and in fact, people will have noticed you don't have a thick Israeli accent. Your parents are actually American. I think your dad is from Pennsylvania. I'm curious where, because that's also my stomping ground.
Scranton, Pennsylvania. Coal mining, Scranton, Pennsylvania, which I believe is a part of the story, in the sense that my dad grew up with some forms of more traditional anti-Semitism, as you might call it. You know, the name calling in the streets, getting into conflicts with kids, and building up that story of we need to have a place of our own. But to then maybe take a step back as to what these settlements are. Growing up in Efrat, it is a primarily, certainly at the time, primarily Anglo-speaking town, or English-speaking town. Most of the residents had made Aliyah, had moved to Israel from the U.S., Canada, the UK, South Africa. And so not only did we speak English at home, which is where I get my accent from, but I also spoke English with all of my friends. I grew up playing baseball on the hilltop. And the lived experience of living in a place like Efrat, I live in Los Angeles now, and I almost describe it as living in Beverlywood, one of these Jewish suburbs of Los Angeles, and the infrastructure is completely built up. And so you're talking about single family homes, mid-rise apartment buildings, red roofs. These blocks of settlements have banks, restaurants, cafes, all of these kinds of hallmarks of Western suburbia. And so I didn't even realize at the time that I lived in a settlement. I didn't understand what a settlement was. I didn't understand what the West Bank was. I was aware that outside of our settlement, there were Arabs. And I say Arabs because we didn't know them as Palestinians, because I grew up with the idea that there are no such thing as Palestinians. And there's so many stories that are attached to what that even means. We arrived at the land. It was a land without a people, for a people without a land. So there was nobody even here. So the people that are here are just a bunch of riffraff, right? And so there was no concept of Palestinian, just a sea of Arabs. But I had no idea what the settlement was, what 1967 was, green line, pink line, blue line. None of that meant anything. I just grew up in what I believed was some sort of suburban extension of Jerusalem, essentially.
Yeah. And when did, I'm curious. So I'm from Allentown, which is just south of Scranton, so I can imagine a little bit of sort of the world your dad grew up in. But I'm curious how young you remember the indoctrination of Zionism, the symbols of Zionism. Like, when did they start seeping in? I remember I heard you talk about on someone else's interview, like doing a school play or something, where I think you were playing Balfour, or it was some sort of like dramatization of the Balfour Declaration, which just, I would love for you to like paint that scene for me, because it's so wild. But like, take me through your childhood now. Like, what do you remember piecing it together now, or the earliest sort of symbology of Zionism, and how did it mix with Judaism is, always fascinating to me.
So I was Moses Montefiore in a school play. So we're talking about the earlier colonial liberation of Jerusalem. The indoctrination certainly back home, and I believe it really is everywhere, starts from birth. You're born into this system, both in terms of how adults are talking about it, or talking about Palestinians, which don't exist. That starts very young.
Yeah.
The schools, there are flags everywhere. I think a lot of people, especially these days, when they go and they visit, they're shocked by how many flags there are. You could go out onto the highway sometimes and they'll place Israeli flags every 10 feet. So this idea of being wrapped in flags everywhere, flags in the school, the symbols in the school, our school maps at the time, this was right prior to the annexation of the Golan Heights, but the maps that we had at school showed all of the land, right? So our maps didn't show any distinction between the West Bank. It was all Israel proper. So in my earlier years, the map would be Israel without the Golan Heights, and then once the Golan Heights were annexed, that was included in the map. But you feel it in more subtle ways, where it's a hyper-militarized society. So you see the army everywhere. You see many of the settlers carrying guns. And since most of these settlers are coming from these Western countries, there's kind of this sense of this cowboy feeling. And people are here, and now they get to get the gun, and they get to walk around, and you feel that, down to the ceremonies, the Independence Day ceremony, Memorial Day ceremony. All of these things from a very young age are pounded into you. So everybody's standing together during the siren on Memorial Day, which is something that people remember very deeply, because it's an air raid siren that goes off for either 2 minutes or 1 minute, depending on the day. And connecting this idea of their sacrifice to what it is that we have today. But you can't it's inescapable. It's in the news. It's the news cycle. It's the media cycle that in Israel runs 24 hours a day. So no matter what channel you're listening to on the radio, at the end of the hour, a jingle starts, and here is the news. And then they go into everything that's happening. And for children to hear these kinds of updates 24/7, if you're driving to visit your grandfather, you're going to hear it. You're going to hear this news cycle 2 times on the way there, and 2 times on the way back. And this is completely inseparable from Judaism. And it doesn't really matter if you're coming from a religious background or a secular background. Each sect will have its own version of these stories. If it's about culture, ethnicity, history, or messianism, prophecy, these are all different layers of the propaganda that are woven to meet each person where they are. So even if you don't believe in the messianic version anymore, you're still going to lean on the historical version. But all of these different kinds of ideas and arguments are layered to meet people in different places. So a land without a people for people without a land. That's one of those talking points that you'll pick up on. There's no such thing as Palestinians. There's no such thing as Palestine. There was never such a thing as Palestine. And all of these kind of logical gotchas that as you break out of this system, you look at them and you can start to break them down for what they are. But you pick up on all of these, you're being fed all of these things from a very young age. And wrapping everything up is, of course, the Holocaust and Holocaust education and Holocaust memorial, all the way through the end of high school, where you have your trip to Poland. And ultimately, that's where they're starting to fuse the identity of the soldier and the identity of the Holocaust. And this whole process is all about fusing the identity at different layers with this programming, theologically, psychologically, all of the different, mentally, everywhere. You're supposed to make it very difficult to unparse yourself from this story.
That's incredible. You speak so well about the this sort of shape-shifting nature of Zionism, that it has something for everyone. I mean, I think people who are new to this conversation, I don't think anyone's very new anymore because they've been digesting it for 2 years and trying to catch up. This word Zionism is so frustrating for people because everybody gets to call themselves one, whether they believe it's in the Torah and some like biblical reclaiming, or it's just some secular argument about safety or anything in between. That Zionism will catch you, like you said, meet you where you are and invite you in. But I want people to, what you said in there was, it's so brilliant in this sick way of the propaganda of the air raid siren, where if people, and I'll put the video on the screen, it's very famous, the Holocaust memorial moment. And it's yearly, right? It's on the same day in Israel, where everybody stops. The air raid siren goes off, and cars stop on the highway, and you get out and you stand. I mean, it's like a full observance of everybody while you're hearing the air raid siren go off, and you're supposed to be honoring the memory of the 6 million and the Shoah, and just sitting with that moment. I think it lasts for a full minute, maybe it's longer, and then everyone gets back in their car and goes about their day. But that subconscious air raid siren equals our trauma of the Holocaust and our victimization, and the reason for being of this project is such a deep connection to every time an air raid siren goes off, because those pesky Arabs are coming at us again. Will just trigger the Nazis never went away. We're always under siege. It's such a powerful piece of messaging. I mean, you couldn't craft that any better, because I don't suppose it didn't have to be an air raid siren. Everyone could just know to do it at the same time. But doing that air raid siren and connecting that moment is just, it like gives me shivers of how effective that is, and frankly, just how global that goes. But I just wanted to underline that. But take me to what you felt. I guess you were 16ish or so when you went to Auschwitz, or you did that tour. What did you feel at the time of seeing the camps and Arbeit macht frei and everything else that you saw there? What did you feel? Tell me the experience. Were you with other students who were, I don't know, was it anger? Were you like, I need to fight this? Was it just sadness? What do you remember about that moment?
Well, I wish I had access to my diary, because I wrote a pretty long diary at the time, and I believe that it's back in the settlement now, and I don't have access to anything there.
This is because your family is not in conversation with you now.
Yes.
Pegging that. Okay.
We can get to that too. Those are even the deeper layers of the cost of speaking out against these systems, and how this keeps people trapped. The entire experience is highly curated to evoke the deepest emotions, from the sadness to the grief to anger. And you're impressionable kids, and you're with a group of all of your classmates. So it's probably 120 classmates, all of your teachers, everybody is wrapped in flags, and you're visiting the camps, but then you're also going into the forests, and you're supposed to experience what it must have been like to be a Jewish person escaping a camp into these forests. And you'll be standing there, and you'll have the readings, and people will be crying. And of course, the intense anger. And I believe that what I wrote in my entire diary was making the connection between what it is that I was experiencing and the state of Israel. That was the essence of what it is that I was taking away. I believe we were at Treblinka on one of the days, and there was a military delegation from Israel. And we joined in their delegation, and they're all in their dress uniforms, and the military rabbi blows the traditional Jewish shofar. And this is just instilling this program that by becoming a soldier, you are going to be the savior of the Jewish people. And this is also creating an othering group within Jewish people, because at the time I had looked down upon diaspora Judaism. They weren't real Jews. Real Jews realized that they obviously need to be in Israel, but they need to don the uniform, and they need to be in the arena. I thought that the diaspora Jews were just spectators, and I was the main character in this show, responsible not only for the safety of the Jewish people, but also the safety of the entire Western world, because this is also part of the story, right? Yeah. How the Israelis believe that they are at the forefront of stopping global jihad or the global Islamism from taking over the world, and Israel is the absolute center that is protecting the rest of the world. And all of this is being installed as you're standing in these programs.
Yeah.
In these camps, excuse me.
Yeah, I have to tell you, as a diaspora Jew growing up in Allentown, we kind of thought of you that way too. I mean, I was always skeptical. I don't need to tell my story in this podcast, but I remember when an Israeli would show up at our synagogue, or we would hear that someone's cousin was visiting or something, and they were an Israeli. They were like celebrities. Like, ooh, they know what the Hebrew means when they're reading the prayers, and like. There was almost, and I feel like a lot of them would deny it now, but there was almost this reverence of like, oh, they're really doing it. They're going the extra mile. So I think that you weren't making that up. That does happen on both sides of the fence, and I think a lot of people who want to make Aliyah want to join that club. And for people who don't know, it means ascend, right? It's like it's ascend not just to the Holy Land, but it's ascend to the status of like being the superhero Jew who's really, really doing it. That's fascinating. Did you? So it was a tour group arranged by your school, or like actually tell me about your schooling too. This is they're called the Mechinas. Is this the time? Just tell me about that and the kind of upbringing or education you were getting here at around that time of your teenage years.
So high school at the time was just known as the Yeshiva High School. So it was a 4-year program. We went to school from 7 in the morning until 7 o'clock at night. And it was a religious school, but we combine half a day of studying Torah, primarily Talmud, but then also general biblical knowledge. And then the afternoon, we switched to secular studies. But the school, and this is a part of the Israeli education system, so you can't really escape it in Israel. Basically, all education in Israel is public education, and it has different tracks. You have the Arab track, the secular Jewish track, the religious Jewish track, the ultra-Orthodox tracks, but they're all a part of one centralized education system for the most part. And so Yeshiva High School is a time where people are getting ready for the Army, because you start to get your letters from the Army when you're 15, 16. That's when you start the process. And so now you start to have this social and cultural aspect of what unit are you going to? You need to start doing your chin-ups, whose brother went to what unit, who's talking, who's going to an interview, and all of that is starting to form in high school, right? So this is another layer of the militarization. But I think more importantly is that the education in these schools is, to say that it is beyond Zionism would be an understatement. The entire point of these schools is to indoctrinate students with this mixture of Zionism and Judaism. And most of what it is that you're reading and learning is tied together, right? So and there are different aspects to this. One, and I speak a lot to this, you can learn about the difference between Jews and non-Jews on a theological level, right? So you have these deep undertones of Jewish supremacy that are built in to the code, that are built into the kinds of things that we're studying that we kind of just gloss over. So the hierarchy of souls could be in there. And going back to second grade too, not only in high school, right? When you learn that the Jewish people received the Torah because as God went to all of the other nations, they all turned out to want to reject the Torah because they were murderers, rapists, and thieves. So we got the Torah. So these kinds of stories and programs are not innocent, because it installs in you the idea that the other is a murderer, the other is a thief, but we are pure. And then you're tying it all into Zionism. So we would do a lot of studying of a well-known rabbi. His name is Rabbi Kook. And Rabbi Kook is a branch of mysticism that essentially fuses modern nationalism and mysticism. And he creates an entire mystic blueprint that is at its core based on the nation state of Israel. And he is the primary mystical rabbi that we're studying in high school, and then moving into yeshiva. So in Israel, many of the yeshivas in the religious Zionist world are built on the entire corpus of Rabbi Kook. And that's where you're fusing the idea of the theology with nationalism and with Zionism. But then after high school, I, like many religious Zionists, and not only religious Zionists, most people, I think these days after high school, go to some form of army preparatory, either academy or yeshiva. So secular people are going to preparatory academies that are fusing the secular values with Zionism. I went to a yeshiva that is fusing the Jewish theology with Zionism and militarization. So you're combining preparation for the military alongside the theology. And here, this is where you can start to hear a lot of the more egregious things. And I speak about this. I had a friend who went to the yeshiva with me. And when I told him that all of humanity was one family or one body, I said, we're all one human body. His response was, we are one body, but some are the head and some are the excrement, and we are the head and the Palestinians are the excrement. And that's the kind of thing that you might pick up from your rabbis, or the rabbis that are starting to talk about the idea of Amalek, the eternal Jewish biblical enemy who we're supposed to destroy. And then as a conflict arises, mapping the Palestinians or the Iranians or anyone onto Amalek. And now you have this theological basis, centering yourself at the center of the theology and seeing everybody else as the other that you're supposed to destroy. And these ideas are permeating through these schools, and these schools are designed as the final stage to prepare you, to give you all of the strength and knowledge and information that you need in order to be a Jewish person serving in the military.
Yeah, that's so. People are hearing that you're being sent down this religious Zionist tract. What about for fellow people who were sent down other tracks of maybe just pure militaristic secular tracks? Like, are there other sort of paths that they send you down where maybe, you're just reading Herzl and Jabotinsky all day, who didn't really talk a lot about God and Amalek or whatever? They're just trying to make these very like brutal, Kollwitz style or realpolitik style of brutalism and colonization. Like, were there other friends of yours getting different versions of it?
Yeah, exactly. The secular world will have all of the secular justification, or the liberal Zionist world that's using the language of humanitarianism or self-sovereignty and applying it exclusively to the Jewish project, but they're getting they're getting that kind of education. So speaking the language of the secular liberal world.
Yeah. So
proper colonization, pioneering was a big one growing up, right? The left could have they founded the kibbutzim and the new Jew and the pioneer, so they might get a pioneering background, whereas I'm getting the biblical background.
Yeah, I'm curious for you to react to this, because I was getting, hearing this version of things. I was getting this sort of like very vanilla liberal Zionist view of things. Two parents who voted Democrat no matter what, thought they were kind of just liberal, progressive, anti-racist people. Thought Israel was a necessary place that they had to protect, the underdog, blah blah blah. But the settlements was something they always said, but we don't support the settlements. It was always this exception that they would carve out, because the party line of the Democrats was always a two-state solution. No one ever really told anybody what that meant, but you sort of presumed it meant 67 borders or whatever. And then it's like, so the settlements I don't support. And as long as you said that, as long as you put that on the table as an American Jewish whatever Zionist, it kind of got you out of the argument of being called crazy or you're not an extremist or whatever. Like, how would you respond to that? It always frustrated me hearing it, being like, but the settlements is the whole point. but it's like, yeah. So I mean, I don't know how you respond to that. I think it's a pretty common, frankly, experience that I had with that of like, yeah, we support Israel, but the settlements are, they should undo those, two-state solution, whatever.
So the way I see that is that it's a structural trap, essentially. That's a very clever form of projection that still protects the underlying core premise. And the whole idea is that the people that are in, just for the sake of language, in 1948, use the people in 1967, project the idea of settler onto them in order to avoid the fact that they too are settlers. And by doing that, they can actually whitewash the ground on which they stand. And the system loves this, because the system infinitely needs a settler, because the second you don't have a settler, we would actually expose the root of the project for what it is. So the people need to constantly project onto the other. But at their core, the liberal Zionist still believes in an ethno-supremacist and ethno-engineering project, so long as it doesn't affect their biblical heartland, which is 1948. And so this is just a clever way to avoid looking at the actual underlying reality of the system to continue to perpetuate it. And it's going to keep producing that other settler. And when it's not the West Bank, it's just going to be Lebanon.
Yeah. That's well said. And I'll also point out, of course, none of these people who ever made these noises, including my parents or anyone else, ever did anything about it. They never, like, you know, the settlements have been expanding every single year since 1967. So you could say what you want, but it didn't seem to actually, map onto the ground. So then take me through your next phase of your transition, because you did then enter the IDF and become a tank commander, I believe, right? So tell me about that aspect of your life and your service.
Well, my service was in many ways highly uneventful, and primarily because something inside of me told me that I do not want to go out onto the front lines. Everybody was very gung-ho about finishing training and going out, whether it's into the West Bank or to the Gaza border or to any of the borders. And something inside of me said, I really don't want to do that. And I primarily stayed in training, though I had some formative experiences later on in reserve duty. That's where I got to see the West Bank from the soldier's perspective. My time in the military was highly disillusioning. That's where this idea that the military was some sort of ideological utopia met the reality of the fact that this is a big, bloated, highly corrupt, politicized institution that I absolutely hated. The first year, I was still caught up in this delusion. I thought that I was going to go be a general. I thought that maybe I want to be the chief of staff. 1 year in, though, something cracked, and then I had 2 more years of absolutely hating every second of it. And one of the things that stood out to me, maybe just to give an idea, is growing up, we didn't learn any Arabic. And this is actually one of the things that had always bothered me about the education system in Israel. How could it be that we're surrounded by 1 billion Muslims, or whatever terms that we use, but we don't speak Arabic? All right, there are an equal number of Palestinians who live here, and we can't even communicate with them. Ultimately, I realized that this is, of course, by design, right? No system like this is not an accident. And the first Arabic that I really learned was in the military, where you practice every night in training. You practice what it is that you do if you encounter somebody hostile. And you're supposed to shout out to them, Waqif, Waqif, walana batuhak, stop, or I shoot. And I realized that was actually the first Arabic sentence that I had ever learned. And I remember that stuck with me. And I definitely took that with me. And I mean, I don't speak Arabic to this day, though I'd like to learn Arabic. And finishing the military, though, I finally made my way through. I spent most of my time educating new recruits. And in reserve duty, that's where I got to see what a checkpoint looked like from the other side, manning a checkpoint, doing Jeep patrols at night. And one specific experience I remember is that we parked our Jeep above a Palestinian town. And the whole purpose of our mission was to make our presence known. And I remember asking myself the question, what does that feel like for the other person to have us here just to make our presence known? And eventually in early 2020, I told the military, there's no way I'm coming back. I'm leaving reserve duty. And they actually don't fight you on this. They're less concerned about having people who don't want to be there be there. They're a lot more concerned with cultivating the people who do want to be there.
Yeah. Well, so, all right. So take me to your personal relationships, because it sounds like that's around the time when things started to crack. I'm curious of the intellectual journey and then also the emotional journey, because I know there's things like, and you could also go back to the education, because I'm curious, you encounter Jabotinsky and you read the Iron Wall and you're like, wait, this is colonization. Like, nobody's hiding this. And hey, I don't like the sound of that. I feel like isn't that a bad thing? So there's these intellectual, I'm curious when those breadcrumbs start happening, and you've already planted some of the emotional stuff, but I'm curious if any of it started to seep out around your family. Did you start to express any of these doubts? How were these initial cracks forming intellectually and emotionally?
Mm-hmm. Well, intellectually, and you mentioned something in the beginning, so there's almost like this caveat about centering our experience, right?
Yeah.
And what that really means. And I do think that it's important in any system like this to understand what it is like to be on the inside of it, because if you don't understand it, if you can't walk in another person's shoes, then you're missing the point that it could be anyone, because nobody chooses where they're born, right? You could be born on any side of any fence. So really understanding what it's like when you're inside these systems, because it's easy to say, how couldn't you see it? It's so obvious, right? So maybe that's a short disclaimer before diving into it. Intellectually, this system has answers for everything. And since this programming is trauma programming, including modern trauma, because I grew up with suicide bombers in my town, and everything is creating these imprints in the nervous system that train one to essentially reject any information that doesn't align with the survival programs and the trauma, the multi-generational programs that are being weaponized against people, right? This is a very sophisticated form of indoctrination that is designed to filter out any information from reality that doesn't conform, or that doesn't meet the survival program that's being cultivated. And so when you're speaking to somebody who's in it and you say, why can't you see that it says colonization? Yeah. So since this is starting to play upon the Holocaust trauma, the existential trauma, the identity trauma, it is completely rejected, right? So whether it's, you don't know what he's saying, or that was just the language that they used back then, that was a realpolitik, there will be apologetics for everything, because there's absolutely no capacity to actually sit with the cognitive dissonance of anything that is getting to the root of your existential identity. And so the intellectual process, at least in my case, was not much of a gradual process, because while your system is still filtering things out, it's all filtered out. Rather, there's a moment where the veil lifts and the information that you've been rejecting your whole life starts flooding in. And so while there are many little cracks along the way and little questions that you're asking, this is also built into the bigger wrapper of society and family. So I learned from a very young age that expressing authenticity or dissenting opinions was severely punishable, not only by family, but by society at large. And for me, it actually started with rabbinic Judaism and religious observance, where I was having questions about this when I was 4 or 5 years old already. And I knew that you can't really ask these questions. And even when I did, the answers were never satisfactory, and you always were supposed to fall in line. But when you're talking about how does genocide scale from, I always say that genocide starts at the dinner table, right? With the small beliefs and the small traumas and the small things that over time scale into something really big. The small othering, the small compliance, the small overriding of logic, the abandonment wounds, the fear of what will happen to my safety as a child if I don't fall in line with what the tribe is doing. And I was acutely aware growing up that the cost could potentially be severe. And these kinds of systems engineer it on many different layers, because this is a system of deep control and indoctrination. So it's socially, relationally, financially, all of these things are connected, and the cost is real. And so I started on this journey with Judaism and my own relationship to God, and slowly feeling into that and moving through the real challenge of slowly expressing my own beliefs or my own explorations. And even though that was happening, I always knew that Zionism was the sacred cow. And even linguistically, we say, you say Jewish Zionist, religious Zionist. some point I realized that the real religion was Zionism. Judaism was a branch of Zionism. And so within Zionism, it's actually okay for you to either leave the religion or change your relationship to the religion as long as you're still a Zionist, because that's the core. And I had always known that that was the big one. And so even though I started to have questions, and it was really in early 2020 where I had the moment where I kind of saw everything for what it was. When that happens, the level of destabilization that people go through, especially when you come from so deep inside the system, is almost indescribable. It's a complete nervous system identity collapse. I couldn't work for years because how can you function when you realize that you live in a totalitarian police state that's architecting this thing not only at a local scale, but this is part of a global system. And when you see it, it's totally destabilizing, and you don't have anybody that you could talk to about it. So within the family system, there's no way. And so even though at some point I had pieced all of the pieces together, and intellectually I started to, I had to develop the capacity to sit with different information, different truth, not take it personally, observe it for what it is, disentangle my identity from this whole thing, and just be with it. Right? And not get triggered by what it is that I was reading or seeing. And even though I had cultivated that, and even though I had already painted the whole picture, I knew that I wasn't safe yet to share this publicly, because I knew going into this that sharing this would lead to total excommunication. And at the time I was still in, there was still financial control in my family, and I'm going to have no safety, no relationships, no people, no tribe. And so even though there was this internal awakening, I still couldn't share about it publicly. And once I did share about it, that's when, everything that I'd already known what the consequences would be going into it. But at that point, once you overcome all of the inner fears, and once you commit to the path of truth and sovereignty, that's really just one of the prices that you have to pay.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah, I love what you said there. It's how it happens really quickly. It's like cracks in a foundation, and then one little crack, then the building collapses. And I think that's how psychologically most of these things happen. And I have a pretty different relationship with Zionism too. I was always anti-Zionist, but even for me, the last couple of years, there's been weeks where I just had to sit, because there was, I've been going back through my writing and my fighting with my family over in these like long emails, like written 20 years ago. And I read my own writing now being like, wow, I was still full of a whole lot of propaganda that I wouldn't have put in those terms now. But yeah, once you psychologically see something that's true, I don't think you can unsee it or unfeel it. Right. It's this unavoidable sort of free fall that you're in, which can be a very scary, destabilizing place to be in. When you think of the cobalt in your iPhone, and you're looking at a shiny new iPhone in a store or whatever, and you think of the cobalt in it, and you get a flash of the child in the Congo dying and digging a tunnel to get that and scraping his fingernails to get that cobalt for you to enjoy your fancy new phone that you probably don't need. The flash of that has its own weight and its own power that you kind of can't forget. And once you pull that little thread of something like that, it can unravel the entire sweater of a whole system of a whole lot of things, a relationship, your job, whatever you're doing for your livelihood, your political beliefs, your political system. It really can. But it's a little unpredictable of what's going to be that initial thread that does pull it, and suddenly you find yourself
the whole thing collapses. Yeah.
But for you to go back, because I don't think you even gave me the specific moment. It was during COVID, right? That happened to be your thread. Do you want to tell me what you saw, if you remember, like the moment the bubble popped for you?
Well, in Israel, the response and the orchestration of the response was so concentrated and so severe. The irony is that I actually grew up with many libertarian values. I got most of these kinds of ideas that I have on liberation come from my dad, although it was ultimately specifically applied. But these ideas of big government and control and sovereignty and surveillance and freedom and liberty. These are things that I grew up with at home. And along the years, I always had questions, because even though I grew up with all of these ideas, when I tried to apply those ideas to the state of Israel, they never passed the test. I always had this feeling that Israel was a very oppressive country, very tyrannical. None of what it did seemed to me to be particularly good or freedom-seeking. I realized that we're taxed just like everybody else. The government cares about us just like every other government in the world. And I always carried these feelings that, Israel is a police state. And even though I believed in this project and the Zionist project and sovereignty, there was always this little feeling that I had inside since childhood, because this is my father. We used to watch Braveheart together, right? We watched Braveheart twice a year for 15 years. This was our ritual together. And so there was always something that felt amiss from that inner perspective. I thought that we need to, have freedom from the Israeli government one day, but Palestinians were not in that equation. But it was really during this moment when all of the state apparatus turned against me. And I saw that and I felt that for the first time, and I realized, whoa, something else is happening right now. And that's when I saw all of the systems, the global system, and it all just popped open. And, ultimately, so much of this has been about the conversation about how I came to see, or what that process was like, right? And ultimately, the story of the Palestinians to me were the Palestinians were ultimately in some way the actual source of this awakening, because through the Palestinians were able to show me where I was a slave and where everybody is a slave, right? They pose through their own being, they're able to reflect the whole system back at everyone. But for me, it was getting a glimpse of that system first and foremost, and the crack, that was the ultimate crack. And once I saw, again, you can't unsee, and then all the threads of everything start to get pulled. And this is where the story, the real story of our inner and outer collective liberation begins.
Yeah. Well, then how did you bring it once that started to pull out for you? I mean, how quickly did you sort of change your mind or rhetoric to being, I guess, the thing that would have always been completely out of bounds? Or, I don't know if you started just sort of reading literature or, Free Palestine, or digging into the history. Like, where did you go once you realized sort of what you were in, what you were a part of?
Well, it probably took 4 to 5 years of stabilization, honestly, is how long it took. And I think that's relatively fast for people to understand what it's like to come out of these processes. I think the timeline is shortening, but it still took a couple of years of stabilization. It was starting to go down every rabbit hole of the global system. And since it's all connected, it's the surveillance state, the question, what is money, right? What is money? Religion, Israel, Palestine, Zionism, each one of these threads individually, because as you're moving through this process, you can't separate any of it, because we're starting to be able to see what the global system is. And Israel and Palestine was just giving me the entry point and the focal point to start seeing all of it. And so it was going down each rabbit hole. And there was a time where I was kind of up in arms, not publicly, because that would mean consequences from family, but with friends, there's the stage of trying to convince everybody, and can't you see? And, there was the moment where I realized, one of those realizations was, oh my God, Gaza is a concentration camp. And when you see that and you realize it's so obvious that it's a concentration camp, it's not even a sophisticated one, when you see it for what it is. What allows us to not see it is sophisticated, but it is what it is. And I remember telling people, can't you see that Gaza is a concentration camp, right? And obviously that falls on deaf ears. And I was spending a lot of energy trying to convince people of the tyranny, convince people about what was happening and what was going on. I realized that there's essentially no point in trying to convince another person, in the same way that when it was me, there was no point in trying to convince me, right? So for me, being able to come from inside the system, leave it, and then be able to dismantle it from the inside out also makes me realize, how it is that we can communicate with people who are so deep in the indoctrination, because you can't argue and you can't give information. It doesn't work that way. But I learned that the hard way. And I learned that, on the contrary, putting my energy into doing that was yielding negative results for me in my own life, in my own capacity to use my energy wisely and effectively, because instead I was wasting it on these debates that made them entrench more deeply and left me completely drained and hopeless. And so there was a couple of years of going down the rabbit holes, trying to convince people, trying to show people, here's the study, here's the paper, realizing that was totally useless. And then there was actually a period where I thought, you know what, I'm just going to leave. I moved with my family, with my ex-wife and 2 daughters, to Costa Rica in September 2023, because after all of this, after everything was happening in the early 2020s, I knew that I had to get my family out and I had to get my family to safety. And this was a month before October 7th. And in my mind, I realized I finally convinced them that we need to get out. We'll move to Costa Rica. We'll live in peace. I don't need to ruffle any feathers. I'm just going to keep doing, let's just keep doing that. And it took another year. It took another year and a half or two years even to finally build enough of a foundation and to be so grounded that I decided that I can safely speak up. And so even when you see everything, people to take the next step to actually share about it it's a different journey.
Yeah. And with your family, I'm trying to get it right so I know it. You have 2 children with an ex-wife. Is she still sort of in the Zionist thing? Is that why she was an ex? Am I misremembering that from other interviews?
Yeah, that's not connected. We had, interestingly enough, my journey of seeing all of this happen while we were together. And from a relationship perspective, the first unveiling was, I don't feel that I'm religious. That was the first journey. And then this journey. And ultimately we went on a beautiful journey together, because navigating these major changes and shifts when we met when we were 16 and 17. Oh, wow. And I was living, at the time I was still living a complete lie. I was infinite masks, right? When we'd met, and we had gone through this journey of slowly removing all of those masks in the container, but ultimately the reason was not Zionism, though I don't believe that the journey that I'm on today was supposed to happen in the context of that container. Meaning, I don't think that if we were together, I would be able to do what it is that I'm doing now. But that journey is not for everybody to take together.
Yeah, fair enough. So now, I don't know, give me your assessment of what we see now, and also just so because people are still trying to wrap Israel is so crazy. It's such a crazy, I hate when people compare it to any other country. It's a very unique, strange effort by humans. When you see what's happening in the West Bank now, because it's now getting, from my maybe more naive vantage point, I feel like Zionism has walked itself into a corner it's not going to be able to get out of. I'm hopeful in the long run. And it is because the settlements, and what even Mike Huckabee the other day said, these people are terrorists or something like this. I mean, it's always been the piece of the puzzle that has been the hypocritical piece of the puzzle that even its most, liberal, peace-loving, secular defenders that I grew up with and around my family couldn't defend. And now that's that's sort of just being exposed, that everyone can see it, of like, those look like the bad guys, right? The settlers terrorizing and lighting houses on fire, people in them, and burning down olive groves and just terrorizing Palestinians in the West Bank I think is going to be the straw that breaks the back of the project, if it's not already broken. But just for the few remaining people who are struggling to defend this thing, I don't think they can find a way to defend what's happening in the West Bank. What percentage of the settlers in the West Bank do you think are sort of supportive or engaged with that kind of, hilltop youth activity, whatever you would call it, and then sort of assess where you think it's going now? Where are we in the process of the Zionist collapse, or maybe not in your mind?
Free fall collapse. So there are a few aspects to that question. One, I once gave the analogy of a dying star, where some dying stars, once the core fails, the core failing leads to an expansion before the final collapse. And so I think that we're at a stage where the core is completely collapsed. And internally, I've always perceived Israel to be one of the most fragmented societies on earth. And I experienced that even when I was living there. And again, this is all part of the cognitive dissonance of, this is not a messianic vision of a country. It is quite the opposite. It's the example of a fragmented, capitalistic, imperial, Western show on display. For me, I always saw that this was a big mess. So internally, it's completely, it has been for many, many years, and is just completely spiraling. So as the core is failing, that's eventually going to force everybody to look at the actual reality, the reality of, not just the genocide and the flattening of civilization in Gaza, but the entire premise of this entire project that allowed it to get to that point in the first place, because it didn't start in 2023. It started hundreds of years ago. In many ways, this actually started thousands of years ago. And to separate what aspects of this are connected to Judaism or not connected to Judaism, it at best requires surgery, because it's easy to say that you can't separate it, but this program is built off of thousands of years of theology, again, this is not to say about all Jewish people or the Jewish religion, but to separate these two things is not so simple. We're talking about thousands of years that led up to what it is that we're seeing, of weaponization, of very sophisticated maneuvering. So we're going to get to a point where everybody's going to need to actually look at the reality of, what are these beliefs? How are they manifesting today? And what are we seeing? But in that process, in order to avoid looking at yourself, again, you have to keep pointing outwards infinitely to avoid looking inward. When you ask how many people in the West Bank support what's happening, I think that I'd actually give an answer that might surprise people, which is relatively few. Relatively few people in the West Bank would look at the violence right now and approve of it. But that actually speaks, I believe, deeper to the nature of what's happening, which is the system is not built off of a couple of thousand hilltop youth at best. It's a very small number of people. And very often those people, the violent settlers, are also connected to the state, cultivated by the state. Sometimes it's troubled youth, and the state knows this, and the state cultivates this. And the Zionist regime is so sophisticated in cultivating the very things that are supposed to draw away our attention and our outrage. And I'm actually very careful with what it is that they want to show us, because the real machinery of the occupation are not the violent settlers in this house or that house. The machinery of the occupation is the complete total control and domination that's administered at the high level to completely control the entire Palestinian population in order to move forward with the ethnic cleansing. And this is happening not because of the people on the hilltop. This is happening because there are hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people who refuse to acknowledge the underlying reality of what this brutal multi-generational occupation truly is. And so if you're looking at how the system keeps creating a scapegoat and an escape valve that everybody can look at, the hundreds of thousands of settlers in the West Bank, most of them live in cities. I lived in a white collar city. And so I could condemn the violent settlers or the people in the caravan from my home in the West Bank. And so most people in the West Bank would say that violence is terrible, but they haven't developed the capacity to look at the system that they're a part of. They still send their kids to go to the military. There are still officers in the military. They still take part in the occupation on every single level, from politically, because the entire political system is just a tool of the occupation, not the other way around, right? And so the violent settlers are a tiny minority that aren't supported by anyone, but that is missing the entire point, which is a system that everybody is participating in, and everybody is doing everything they can to look away and point a finger to somebody else within the system, rather than everybody understand how they're collectively benefiting from the exploitation of the land and the Palestinians, and how all of this was built off of the back of another people. Back to your iPhone question, right? And that's what and this is when you realize what the Palestinians, the apartheid of the Palestinians is just a reflection of the global apartheid that we all participate in different ways, shapes, or forms.
I think that's amazing. Yeah, we'll drive it to the finish line here, but that's, my work a little bit, and I do lean a lot on the colonization framing for this, because I think it does a ton of work. And I do, I'll say it at the beginning too, but people should read The Iron Wall by Jabotinsky. It's not long. This isn't a book. It's like, you could just read his essay.
5 minutes.
Yeah, it's a 5-minute read. It's a post on Substack these days. If Jabotinsky was around now, it would have been a Substack post that went viral. You can read it. And he lays out the project plainly, right? So there's none of this dancing around, he meant something else. He tells you precisely what he means. And I think people should, and there's also just historical inaccuracies in it when he's talking about certain other, things about the Native Americans and the Aztecs and whatever, but the project is there. And I think we have to be honest with that about what is Zionism and what are we participating in? But it's really important because you're so, and I'm assuming you've done a lot of sort of psychological study and research in your transition, because you speak about it so beautifully. And a lot of people who do sort of go through the transitions that you've gone through end up studying these things because they think it's fascinating what the human brain can do, particularly the ways it can lie to itself successfully, the ways we can ensnare ourselves in something. And there's also a bit of a sort of curiosity and or shame about how we got suckered into certain things or believed certain things. But it's so important the way that you tell these stories about that there's always a scapegoat. There's always someone worse that you can point to. At least I'm not them, right? For my parents, it was like, yeah, well, I don't support those crazy settlers, so I'm on the good team. Like, I'm not a crazy person, right? I pulled the lever for the right person in the voting booth, right? Like, I'm good. There's always someone who's doing something worse than you that you get to point to. But what's crucial about your story, and I hope people hear it, even for someone like yourself who grew up in the West Bank, in that, surrounded by that, it's still these very almost mundane moments of staying quiet or smiling or not speaking up or accepting a gift or whatever. I always use this sort of historical example. You and I were talking in the year 2026. We're in the world that has its own particular set of problems that we didn't choose to be born into, and we're responding to it. You and I never had to face the dilemma of what should we do about complicity of the transatlantic slave trade, right? That was abolished long before we were born. There's all sorts of other forms of slavery and awful things happening, but the specific middle passage of the transatlantic slave trade is something that you and I just never encountered. But if you and I, or anybody listening to this podcast, was encountering that, if they happen to be born in the year 1720 or whatever, in some colony in what we now know as Georgia or something, sure, you might be a slave trader. You might be at that level of, sort of engaging with it. But more likely, 99% of humanity was probably sitting at a table at Christmas when their grandmother presented a beautiful cotton sweater that they had knitted and slaved over all day. And you knew in your head, I think that cotton comes from slave labor of those Africans. And what do you do to your smiling, lovely grandmother who just loves you and wants to present this gift and doesn't want to think about all that crazy morality stuff, right? And that's the encounters and the costs that go with it. I could say like, oh, I would refuse it. And I would explain to my grandmother how slavery is wrong and all the, civilizing missions is all bullshit and the religion is bullshit that's defending it or whatever. Maybe I would. But the costs are real. Your heart thumping in your chest around your family is real. And every time that we smile and say like, thanks for the sweater, Grandma, and put it on is a small step in the way that slavery persisted. And it's the way that Zionism persists, and it's the way that genocides happen. And it's not to like put this like massive amount of pressure on all of us, but that's it. That's for 99% of us, that's how we're going to encounter the kind of evils of our time that we know. And we are living through, we've been alerted to, and you've rightfully taken Zionism, I think, and connected it to and pointed it to larger systems of apartheid and oppression and capitalism and whatever. And I think that's right. And we're all sort of, I think a lot of us have woken up, to not use the word woke so much, but woken up to those interconnections. And now we're all figuring out how to navigate it and what we do with it. But so if we can end it then on the costs that you specifically in that analogy faced when you spoke up, because it's heartbreaking to me what's happened to, well, to you, but to a lot of us, that because we spoke up, and there is cost to this. It's not, I want to underline what I just said about the grandmother's sweater, that I get it. If you just can't do it because you're like, I can't upset my grandmother, and there is real cost to this, but you also speak beautifully about kind of what's on the other side. You think it's scary, but I promise you it's worth it. And if you could give that final pitch.
First of all, that was really beautiful and really beautifully articulated, right? For me, how you articulated the just smile and nod feeling as your chest is thumping that's where it is. Like that's where it is. That's where it's at. And the costs, they could be very painful, right? In my case, I have four sisters, 4 brother-in-laws, 2 parents, 15 nieces and nephews. And, stepping away from, in some ways, financial freedom, which I now understand is financial serfdom, because money was used as a means of control.
Yeah. If I could really quickly, I'm going to let you finish this, but every now and then I get called a grifter by people who follow me. And I'm like, if you fucking knew how much money I left on the table by being an anti-Zionist. Anyway, go on. It's like the dumbest fucking, especially as an American.
I probably walked away from like $5 to $20 million and started over from zero.
Yeah.
And you don't really make money speaking about these things. And there was always a financial safety net, and whether it's the annual gifts, whatever they are, all of the things that you can keep getting as long as you were in line. And so, but it's not only the immediate financial costs in my case, because not everybody comes from a wealthy family.
Yeah.
It's also your networks collapsing. I used to have access to networks of people and resources, and overnight they all shut off. The friends that don't answer your messages anymore. And obviously the excommunication from family, that's not only really painful, but in my case, it's not only passive excommunication. For me, I almost feel like I'm in a vulnerable situation because everything can and be weaponized against me. And I have 2 daughters, and my family uses my path and my choices to justify separating me from my daughters. And in some cases take active steps to interfere with our connection and with our relationship. And, I see it with them every day, right? What it is that they're reflecting back to me in order for them to belong to the tribe. Because in my family, some people believe that my daughters are their property, of the tribe, of the cult. And it's important to essentially separate the pathogen, right? I'm seen as a pathogen and as a danger to the system, and the system will take the appropriate responses to quarantine the dangerous pathogen. And there are so many layers to what that process is like, and grief and pain and sometimes anger, and at the same time understanding that I understand where it comes from, because that was me, and understanding and having the compassion and the time and the space and the patience. But ultimately, we're talking about the path of liberation that we're seeking, inner liberation and collective liberation. The Palestinians showed me that this is all one and the same. Liberation from systems, liberation from beliefs, liberation from oppression. And this is the journey, and this is the path. And ultimately, the fear of what lies on the other side is part of what keeps people in line. The fear that you're going to be rejected, that you're going to be abandoned, that you're going to be on your own, that you're going to be a traitor, that everybody's going to hate you, that you're going to be a capo, that you're going to come back crying, all of these different things. What I actually discovered was that on the other side of this is a deep form of rebirth. And all of the forms of love and connection and possibilities and opportunities that were inaccessible and almost inconceivable when you were in it open up. And that reconnection to humanity is a big and beautiful process. And so on the other side of all of the things that you feared were all of the things you ever truly wanted.
Well, I'll leave it there because that was beautifully said at the end. I love this. This was really nice. It was really nice to get into your head and hear your process with it. Obviously, I'll link to your writing. I wish more people would hear that last thing you said and believe us. But like your analogy of the star and that sort of unfortunately violent supernova is a good analogy for the system and idea of Zionism and the nation, but it's also on an individual level. People can react that way. If people are seeing Israelis all over their social media feed acting like, absolute assholes from Thailand or whatever to Cyprus or whatever, I think there's a personal supernova that's happening with a lot of them. And it's obviously not helping their cause, Mm-hmm. But hopefully on the other side, well, I don't know. We all have to get through this, and that's. I'm glad you did. And I'll say my personal situation is not nearly as costly as yours. My family is still in my life. There's some strain there and stuff, but this is in some ways I was really lucky to be born away from it where you were, and in some ways I would say if people could relate to this. You were in the IDF, but you didn't. I'll just flat out ask you didn't shoot anyone or kill anyone. It's right. And I think if you were unlucky enough to have entered in a spot where you had not yet had the sweater unraveled and you had done that, it becomes doubly hard to break through the levels of shame and to shift from you participated in collateral damage in the name of Zionist righteous march through the world to, oh no, you actually murdered people on behalf of a colonizing project. That's a really deep emotional shift. And, it's a supernova of pain to get through that. And there's not a lot of people who can survive that transition. So I'm grateful that you did it. I'm sure you're grateful you did, but I'm sure you have friends who probably are stuck, unfortunately. And that's a
family too. And I'm sure I have family members that served in the military, and that's part of what contributes to go deeper into the circle, because the tribe then is the only one who could actually receive you without guilt or shame.
Yeah.
Well, God willing, we'll be able to create the spaces for everybody to be able to off ramp, and slowly but surely. But you're right, and in that way, I was very, very lucky.
Yeah. Well, let's hope, because when we all revisit our stories, I had a variety of friends and different things that were not just in the tribe, right? which helps lessen the cost of leaving it, right? If I lost my sort of Zionist synagogue friends, I had plenty of indie friends and sports friends and other people who were there to receive me. But if people are raising their children just intentionally cocooning them in the tribe, that's one of the worst disservices you could do. Anyway, I'll let you go, Daniel. Obviously, this was awesome, and I really, really appreciate it. And I will keep up with your work and your writing. And yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Not one direct image of sexual violence. These witnesses said they were in hiding while these gang rapes, it's called, are unfolding before their eyes. Not one photograph. Not one.
Welcome back to The Tea with me, Miriam Francois. Before we dive in, make sure to hit subscribe so you never miss an episode of The Tea. If you want to support the show and help shape future episodes, join our Patreon community. Think of it as the resistance. Plus, if you're in our top tier, you'll get access to ad-free episodes. The link's in our bio. Today, we're joined by one of the most incisive and uncompromising voices around. Professor Norman Finkelstein is renowned for his forensic critique of Israeli policy and the broader context of occupation, dispossession, and resistance. Born in New York to Holocaust survivor parents, his academic path from Princeton to the international stage has been marked by fearless advocacy and an unwavering demand for justice. Despite institutional backlash, including losing tenure under political pressure, Finkelstein's rigorous scholarship and books like The Holocaust Industry and Gaza's Gravediggers have redefined how we interrogate power, history, and the machinery of injustice. He joins us at a moment when the world is confronting uncomfortable truths. Israel pours millions into propaganda campaigns to reverse the dramatic global shift in public opinion following its genocide in Gaza. As we speak, Israel is still starving Palestinians and expanding its control over the West Bank and Jerusalem. Despite widespread recognition of Palestinian statehood, the concrete reality of a Palestinian state seems more distant than ever. The UN itself teeters in crisis. Under UN rules, the US is supposed to pay 22% of the organization's main budget, over $2 billion a year. But Trump, who accuses the UN of failing to maintain international peace and security, has not sent them a cent. With massive reform on the cards and its credibility challenged, the entire architecture of global governance is under scrutiny. So where to from here? For many, the past 2 years have shattered old certainties, revealing a world in which familiar narratives dissolve and harsh new realities demand reckoning. So as we attempt to make sense of this moment, what lessons must we cling to, never allowing disinformation to cloud our moral clarity? Professor Finkelstein, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
Where did all the nonsense go?
For people who
in 1984.
Mr. Waddle
And I was wisely or unwisely
looking on the World Wide Web. Looking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Looking on the World Wide Web.
release. Joint Leaders Statement on the E1 West Bank Settlement Plan, the 20th of August, 2026. Joint statement from the leaders of the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, the European Commission, the Netherlands, Canada, Norway, Australia, New Zealand, Sweden, Belgium, Spain, Austria and Greece on the E1 West Bank Settlement Plan. From Prime Minister's Office, 10, Downing Street and the Right Honourable Andy Burnham MP. Published the 20th of August, 2026. Last updated the 21st of August, 2026. See all updates. The Israeli government's decision to publish construction tenders for the E1 settlement project is unacceptable. The international community has long opposed this settlement expansion and has voiced their grave concerns privately and publicly. The E1 settlement will undermine the prospect of the two-state solution by driving a wedge through the West Bank and harming the territorial contiguity of the Palestinian territories. International law is clear that Israeli settlements in the West Bank are illegal. This is the position of the international community reaffirmed by the United Nations Security Council. At a time of grave instability in the West Bank with unprecedented levels of violence by settlers against civilians, and serious restrictions on the Palestinian economy, this decision is even more concerning. We urge the government of Israel to retract these plans immediately and end its expansion of settlements in the West Bank. Not only will they take us further from peace, but they further undermine Israel's international standing. Businesses should not consider bidding for construction tenders. They should be aware of legal and reputational consequences, including the risk of involving themselves in serious breaches of international law. We reiterate our commitment to a comprehensive, just and lasting peace based on the two-state solution. We will continue to act in its interest.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Oh,
so, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles. Knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles. Knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles. Knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
I'd like to do a song for you now that I wrote. This is a song that I had out a few months back, and hope maybe you might enjoy this one. In everybody's life, there's a special person. A person that you love more than you love anybody else. This is a song about that.
Yesterday. Where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, I need to research my enemy, yeah? So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession. Like, weird. But anyway, yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll be right back after this commercial.
Pedophiles know she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my.
Yeah, of course, that was Dolly Parton. May she rest in peace. Some immensely shocking in a way. I mean, you know how old she is, and you know that eventually these people are going to die, but it's still immensely shocking when they do. No, especially when it comes out of the blue. Yeah. I was watching a documentary the other day to do with Cher. Because, you know, Cher's 80 as well. Can you believe that? Still dancing all over the stage. Apparently Dolly was heavily tattooed. Really? Wow. That's interesting, isn't it? But no, they've not exactly said something to do with her immune system, though. Found again. No, they've not exactly said. Anyway, so I was listening to Cher, and I didn't know that Cher's mother could sing. Not only that, she was a good singer, and that she died at age 96. You know? So listen to this song by Cher's mother as well. You get it. Let me just get it up. Here it is.
And I couldn't grow, so I couldn't stay. I almost died when you went away today.
Now you can see.
Still hanging around.
Now, I don't know about you, but I thought, blimey. Now you can see where Cher gets her vocals from. It's her mother. I had no idea that her mum could sing. Apparently, her mum got offered a deal and her husband didn't want her to do it because he felt that she could have got a better deal. And then the chance never came along. Not until she was 86. And then she put out an album because they found some old songs that she'd sung. And I can actually show you her singing it with Cher herself. Let me show you the video of the mum singing with Cher herself. If I can find it. Yeah, here it is. But it's amazing. Really is amazing. Right, let's get this up. So, is that it? Yeah. Let me get it up so you can see it. So you know that it is the mum and Cher separate, not together. I found it amazing anyway. Maybe I'm easy to please. I was like, wow, what a powerful voice. And she's at 86 when she sings it. Of course, she died when she was 96. But I mean, what an age to live to as well. And I'm an old sentimental fool anyway. I know I am. Because it's sort of like mother and daughter singing and you listen to the words. I love words of songs. I mean, I do like instrumentals as well. There are some songs that I like for instrumentals. But I always listen to the lyrics properly. And for me, I mean, I love my partner, obviously. But there's no greater love in the world than your children's love. Love you have for your kids, especially as a mother. You know, and it's just, to me, it's like, oh yeah, it's like being a mum, you know, you love your kids love you back unconditionally, and then when they grow up and they fall in love with their partners, it all becomes a little bit different, and it's not, you don't see them as much until the grandchildren come along, and yeah, that's what that song kind of reminds me of. Yeah, a bit of a sentimentalist, ain't I? But here we go anyway.
And I couldn't grow, so I couldn't stay. And I almost died when you went away. I'll always love you. Some things never change. You are my tomorrow, and I'm your yesterday. I'm just your yesterday, still hanging around. You were my yesterday.
Woman, let's see. Let's see, performing at 80. Sure. Performing at 80. Amazing. Some people are just, it's funny how some people have got massive, here we go. This one. Now, I honestly am against, some people might think I'm horrible, but I think when you see all these 80-year-olds and 60-year-olds and they're with 20-year-old men and 30-year-old men, and, yeah, Julie, I am feeling better. Thank you so much. I always think that's disgusting. But then, Cher's only got herself a 37-year-old boyfriend. And I know you're not going to believe it, but they actually do look like a couple that's suited. Let me show you this one. I was like, oh, maybe I have to think things differently now. I don't know. Yeah, so, let's see. Yeah.
No wonder Alexander...
Right. This is them together. So.
Edwards is dating 78-year-old Cher. She won him over with just one gesture. Cher's boyfriend, Alexander, is 17 years younger than her oldest son, Hiatus. Yet Cher never acts insecure in front of him. Instead, she makes Alexander completely smitten. Everyone thinks Alexander is after Cher's money because he's just a music executive with assets that are a fraction of hers. Moreover, in Cher's previous marriage, her husband, Sonny Bono, took all her money and emotionally abused her. However, Cher didn't lose faith in life because of that. She still placed all her trust in Alexander. She often takes him out in matching outfits, made her view every child as Alexander Edwards is dating 78-year-old.
Isn't it mad? But when they're together, they actually look like a couple, didn't they? I mean, me, myself, I'm against it all, the big age gap like that. But then when you see a couple like that, you think, well, I know it sounds weird. They don't look as weird as Madonna when she's with a younger fella. I don't know. Maybe some people it suits and some people it don't, I suppose. Yeah. So her boyfriend is 37 and he's got a 5-year-old son. Yeah. And Barry says some blokes will rattle anything. Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, I just don't think it's... I mean, he's old enough to be her grandson. But she does look good. And she does look fit for her age. I mean, people say she's had loads of procedures, probably has, I don't know. All I know is I don't think I'm going to look at like that at 80. Oh, dear. Although I don't actually mind how I look considering that I'm 58. But, Jibs, if we all had money, we would get physical help. Yeah, if we all had money, we'd probably all be in a lot better shape. Let's be honest about it.
Where did all the nonsense go?
Anyway. So what have I missed? So
where did all the nonsense
I've been to Germany. I was in Germany for a little while. We had a family party, and like I've told people before, if we can
where did all the nonsense go?
Party and then fly back
in 1984.
Saturday.
Looking on the World Wide Web. Looking on the World Wide Web.
Thank you, Julie. So yeah,
looking on the World Wide Web, waiting to open our kids' door.
I
really fought for almost my whole life that sexual abuse of children would become a criminal offense. And after a year-long battle, it was introduced in Germany finally in 2021 that this is called a criminal offense. And it lasted from 21 to 2024. Then this Mr. Buschmann was his name, the Liberal Minister of Justice, came along and reversed it. Now it's called a misdemeanor. No big gain. In my point of view, all the formulations that the Ministry of Justice explained why they reversed it is a shame.
Go on, Jake, you nonce. Get on this panel now, dickhead.
I only made negative experiences in this field. I really fought for almost my whole life that sexual abuse of children would become a criminal offense. And after a year-long battle, it was introduced in Germany finally in 2021 that this is called a criminal offense. And it lasted from 21 to 2024. Then this Mr. Buschmann was his name, the Liberal Minister of Justice.
Turn it off.
Yes, a shame.
Yeah.
So sexual abuse only just became an illegal offence for particular.
You were the sexual abuser,
Yes,
Jake.
it's really a shame. Thank
Not
you so
only do you
much
do that,
you take
you've got
so much
somebody who's
action for the
claiming to
children,
be
especially for
abused, to be a
bringing these
survivor,
grievances to public
who won't go and
attention. That
report
is so important.
Excuse me, if we could just hear, if we could just hear the end of this.
Doing more
Yeah,
damage.
thank you for taking this
And
time.
you think that's upon me?
Well, you're traveling right now.
This is how
Your
twisted
statements
you
really
are.
help
You're
us
the one that
to get
started
a clear picture of this problem.
After he got
We
caught
wish
with
you
all those
well
images.
for your work, everything the best.
You're the one that's
Even in your
charged by the
retirement, you're
police now.
taking action.
Yeah.
Thank you for your great
You're the one
educational
that's
work. We
banned from being
love
around anybody
you.
under the age of 18, and you got sectioned because
Thank you, Lois. I'm looking forward to join you here again when I come in
This
person.
is what you are.
So what
And
happened?
You're always so welcome.
You want to put the record
know.
straight. You want to find out who I am. You want to put an end to all this and come and hand myself in at the police. This is your words I'm using back on you. I'll meet you anywhere. I offered to meet you in Telford with me and Danny, and you didn't even want to show up.
So Danny's a dangerous man. I think he would be.
Listen, to the police station, what's going to happen to you? Yeah?
No, I think he's got a gang of paedophiles.
The police.
I think he's got a gang of satanic
you.
paedophiles. I think there's a gang of satanic paedophiles around
There
his
isn't a
area.
gang of satanic paedophiles, Jake. It's just me. I'm just a normal guy from Wigan. Not Chester,
Well, Danny West,
not in
Danny
the
West,
army,
Danny-
not the other stuff, but me
Lyndon.
and you, if you don't turn yourself in and you don't turn to the police station, one day I'm coming through your front door.
Do you mean Lyndon Warden or Danny West?
Danny Jones.
Danny Jones, okay, yeah.
The offer was there because apparently you've got all this information and all this stuff to hand yourself in. Well, we were going to willingly go and do it. And I don't like Danny. I've no time for him, right? But I know he's not what you say because I know I'm not. And I know the other people
what's he done
out
for-
there, you
what's he
accuse
done?
aren't. So you're accusing people all the time, all this stuff. Now, you've got a psycho beg there that's saying she's been abused. She's saying she's been abused. Well, guess what? Get it to the police station, get their abuser, yeah, and make sure he doesn't hurt anybody else. Well, you're twisting that onto me. What a weird thing to do when I'm telling you to go and get whoever that was reported. Well, why would
What is it you don't like about Lyndon? What is it you don't like about Danny Jones?
Covering for these nonsense? Why
What
are
is it you
you
don't like
always
about
making
Danny Jones?
apologetics for people like Carl Beach and Matt?
What is it you don't
and
like about
Justin? Why are
Danny
you
Jones?
making these things, Jake?
I don't think you're going to compensate, are you? What don't you like about Danny Jones?
We'll listen to someone just as brave and fearless, a fighter in the battle of child abduction, ritual abuse, and child trafficking.
Jake, why have you run off now? Why are you still playing this?
Sabine
Over people
McNeil studied
and answering
computer
questions.
science and mathematics and worked at CERN for 15 years. She then worked as an event organizer, software designer, web publisher, and
I'm telling you,
mathematical
Jake, if you
artist.
carry on with this,
In London,
give
she
me an
volunteered
address,
as a
I'll meet you at
McKinsey
your home.
friend,
I'll come
which
to your
is the
house, mate.
equivalent of
How's
an
about that
legal
one?
advisor.
I'm sure you maybe would.
Will.
I'll tell you now, I will turn up.
Contact with victims
Me
of
and you,
sexual
the eye
abuse
to eye,
and
mate,
child
face to face.
abduction
I don't
who
have
were
a
not
problem with
helped
you
by the
looking
justice
to my
system
face
but
or
harmed.
showing me ID,
So
and I'll
being
knock the
clear-
living daylights out of you.
No, you probably come round with some sort of
No, I
firearm.
won't come round with anything, mate. I'll come round and knock your teeth down your throat. You child abusing piece of shit.
Oh, mate, you're sweating one
No,
out.
mate, about it, mate. Done with you and your nonsense and your bullshit.
You're shitting
I
it,
am
bruv.
telling you now, Jake, I am going to hurt you.
Brother, calm.
No,
calm.
none of this nonsense. I am sick to death of your bullshit.
You're just exposing yourself more,
Also, I'm
Darren
not
Williams.
exposing anything,
Darren
Jake.
Williams.
I'll tell you what, honestly, mate,
Darren
I am
Williams.
going to come to the police station, bring your evidence, I'll bring all my ID, you can lay it all in front of them, we'll see what happens, eh? We'll see what happens.
We're doing this our way.
Little shit won't turn up.
We're doing this our way.
Your way? What you mean bullshitting all the time, running and not actually doing
She
anything?
campaigned with
You're
great
full of
dedication
shit,
for
man.
children
I tell
who
you,
were
you
taken
are
away
full
from
of
their
shit.
parents by the state.
You
You're
can
the
just-
one.
you can do the
you
right
were
thing.
banned from being around anybody under the age of 18. Fact. That's you. You've got charges against you. And I'll tell you what, I am going to laugh my head off. I'm going to enjoy every single minute when you get prosecuted because you're going to get that. That's what's going to happen.
All right.
Yeah, right.
Raised
Yeah.
this issue in the
Because I'll tell you
European
what, Jake,
Parliament.
come and meet me. I'll be calm then. Yeah,
That's why
come
we
and
are here
meet me.
today.
I won't hurt
We
you.
are
Come to the
here.
police station. You can hand your stuff in. We'll see what happens.
You're
I'll
clearly
have my
you're clearly a very unhinged, dangerous.
No, I'm not very
individual.
unhinged. This is what happens when you make false claims against people and keep
No.
bringing other people's names into it that ain't me.
No,
I'll
you're the
prove
one
it's not me.
abusing a
I'll turn
woman.
up.
You're the one abusing a woman about suffering.
I'm not abusing. No,
she suffered
wrong again, Jake.
30 years ago.
Asking somebody to
30
go and
years
report their
ago.
abuser is not abusing a woman. It's getting what should be done by normal people. Anybody
so
will go and report that.
You are
And you
shitting it.
are telling her not to.
So why'd you abuse that Ella and Abraham that did the most amazing
No, the one
work?
that I seen on that video coaching those children, the one that actually hurt those children, the one that run off from the court and abandoned them to those people. I wouldn't abandon children in that situation, mate.
So where was the coaching? Sorry, could you explain the coaching?
Coaching? Say it like this, say it like that. What did they say to you? Oh no, chant, chant, chant. It's right through the video, but you can't see it.
No, it's not right through the video. That's
It's
just
right
one
through
small
the
section.
video.
No, and that's totally in
Yes,
context.
yes, Jake, it is.
Very clearly in
He
context.
is coaching those
This is
children.
why we
He
know you're a
hurt those
paedophile.
children. He
This is why we
hurt
know you're a
those
paedophile.
children.
Because
Abe
you will not listen to the
hurt
reality. You will not-
those children. That's the facts. And you can't deal with any of those facts, but I will smash your face in if we ever do meet and you don't go to the police and get this sorted out. Go to the police, there won't be any problems. If you don't do, there will be.
When the proceedings started again.
So nobody really knows about it. No, legally, nobody knows about it. But that's his private home.
That's exactly right.
Now, and the most thing for these children took place in Christchurch.
Yes, Christchurch school and church.
And yeah.
And church.
Also,
And this HCC swimming pool.
So Christchurch.
Christchurch school in Hampstead, primary school in Hampstead, Christchurch.
Where did all the nonsense go in 1984?
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
So we had a party on Saturday. So we flew out
Where
Friday.
did all the nonsense go?
And obviously, I had a couple of days sort of like.
Where did all the nonsense
tidy up the house and everything else. So thank you, Julie. So yeah,
Where did all the nonsense
that's where we were.
in
I'll tell you
1984?
something. Yeah, I was
Looking on the World Wide
The
Web.
heat wave must have moved on to mainland Europe. When we get over there, it'll be as well. No, it ain't. Two things I noticed. The first thing I noticed is that as you flew over Germany to land in Bremen, that's where I went, Bremen, and to be with the AFD, yeah. What do we call it? I noticed that all their crops are green. They're all still green, nicely green, which means they've had a fair amount of sunshine, a fair amount of rain, right? So they kind of had the heat wave like we had. And when I come back to England, as you fly in, you see all the land is sort of like parched and brown, and there's a little sprinkling of a little bit of light green because we've had a little bit of rain, but not enough, right? So yeah, that did amaze me a little bit because I assumed that it would just go over to mainland Europe. And while I was there, pissed out. I'm not joking, it was fucking freezing over there. When I got off the plane, when I got back to England, I was like, it was almost like flying into Spain or something. I was like, oh, thank God the heat's back. Made me appreciate the sun again. Yeah. But yeah, no, it was a nice time. You know. Yeah, funny how the weeds still grow. That's true, isn't it? But yeah, we enjoyed ourselves. That was interesting. So we had a little break from that. And then, I don't know. So I don't know what I've really missed. I heard that Danny Tomo had a collection of people on the 22nd of August. Did many turn up? I don't know. I don't know. I know that Dan Wootton seems to be doing promoting him a lot, as if he's done something really special. So I'll take a look at that in a minute. Because the thing is, there's a lot of things that Danny Tomo is saying right now I actually agree with. But the problem is, I don't know, there's always that little bit of, ooh, I don't know if you're trustworthy, mate. But, I mean, he has emphasised that they're making our national trust areas into Ganges. Oh, right. Yeah, but there's always that little element that says, oh, I don't know if you're trustworthy, you know what I mean? You know, everybody looks sideways. But I have to be truthful. I've been saying this for a few weeks now. Just doing protests ain't cutting it. And, you know, if you want to put pressure and push things along a bit more with the government, then you've got to be more of an activist. You've got to take more action. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean violence, obviously. I don't agree with taking violent action. I wouldn't agree with that. But you do, there does have to be something else. So I am keen to see how far he gets. Because apparently people are saying that, well, that he said on Dan Wootton's, that he's got quite a few people now that are willing to get involved. You know? So that's going to be a little bit interesting. I also see a couple of sort of like streams where apparently Gypsy Dave and a load of other people over that side have all had the police knocking at the door, coming round to see them and visit them. I was like, oh my God, this is so boring, because that happened over this side, on the speaker's corner side. That happened years ago, you know. I never forget the day they turned up at my house to arrest me. Although I never got no further, I got no further action, so I'm not really bothered about it. But you know, it's interesting that all of a sudden there seems to be a big interest. I just think that it's the same group of people that probably reported Speaker's Corner a lot, that are going over to Gypsy Days a lot and all that lot, making phone calls over there. I find that a bit weird, you know. So that was quite interesting for me. Then I see a video, I don't know how long ago it was, how long ago it was actually put out, but I see in my timeline it come up that apparently Kaylee Enad's going to me high street with a megaphone because she's upset with me, pointing out the obvious that she's fucking mental. So that tickled me. I was like, oh, brilliant, this is absolutely good. This is, you know, free publicity. She could go up the high street, you know, with a megaphone. I can't wait for that one. I remember when she threatened me that she was going to go to the local pub and go and talk to people in the local pub about me. I was like, well, that's even fucking funnier. You know, some people would be sitting there all embarrassed, you know, going, oh God, no, don't do that to me. Whereas me, I love it all. She don't understand. I love it all. You're doing the job for me. You're doing it fucking quicker. You're getting my name out there, you know, and more people are going to come and say, is this stupid or affiliated? You know, I've got a fucking weird sense of humour, honestly. Maybe I shouldn't have, but I have. So, yeah, we looked forward to her turning up with a megaphone, daft bitch. So that was that. What else did I say? Oh, I watched a few scary videos. They weren't that scary, to be honest. A bit boring and repetitive. I watched some stuff to do with is it David Wilcox talking about Antarctica? Has anyone heard of this? Yeah? Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute, Julie. Has anyone heard of this new theory that's out there that apparently the moon was inhabited? Apparently there was some a fight with the Dracos, the reptilians, boom, boom, boom. And apparently they're supposed to have fell down to Antarctica and then they got frozen over by ice. And that's what's down now. That's what they're all saying. So I watched that. Interesting. Don't know how true it is, but you know me, I like a bit wacky. Every now and again, I like to hear some of the wacky theories.
Everyone else is going to find it so hilarious, Daz. So hilarious. Again, being interrupted, trying to watch. Well, we had quite a. I don't need to say any words. You lot are just so fucking disgusting. You deserve everything. You deserve it. So, Clever Clogs, okay. Barbara McKay from Southampton isn't anonymous. Michaela Oniovosa of 7 Joan Crescent Eltham isn't anonymous. Linda Morden, who was just in the chat there, hoax police, thinks it's funny to fucking hoax Ella Draper, the mother of the children. It's so fucking hilarious, isn't it? It's all so fucking hilarious. Keep going, you stupid dead cunt. My explicit blessing. Keep going, Daz. It's fucking hilarious. It's all hilarious. All those dead children. Hilarious. You all deserve the most. My explicit blessing. 3-fold for every innocent, 10-fold for every child. My explicit blessing. Fuck you, cunts to hell.
Okay, Di, will do. Thank you. It's nice to see you. Yeah, so it was interesting to see that. Don't know how much I believe of it, but I do like a good story. Then, what else have I seen? Because I've been trying to catch up, but I've got to be honest, right? I can't hold my attention to some of it at the moment. Because I know, or I feel that I know, that eventually we are going to end up a civil war in this country because things are just not going the right way in this country. And because I feel like I already know what way it's going to go because nothing's happening, I've become a little bit despondent to it. So I've got to give myself a kick up the butt and sort of like get back into it. So Tuffy did a good live stream with Becca, did he? Nice one. Yeah, Tuffy can do some really good live streams. Yeah. So let's have a look at some stuff that I've looked at. I think I'm going to go to a Constantine video first. And then we'll look at the Dan Walton one. Oh, apparently Harry and Meghan are coming back, aren't they? Harry and Meghan coming back. Well, that's going to give the newspapers loads to write about and divide our country even more, isn't it? You can make this shit up, honestly. But anyway, let's have to take a look at this. Let's go to here. We'll start getting back to politics. So here we go.
Economic problems and social instability and cultural problems. You put all those things together, it's not a good time. It's a time when conflict, violence, civil unrest, all of these things are much more likely.
Civil unrest is absolutely guaranteed.
And what you are now seeing is, I fear, the beginnings of a totally new level of separation between people. We are on the road to civil unrest and violence. But I'm glad we're having this conversation because these are difficult things to talk about.
And that's why China is outperforming the rest of the world. There are so many freedoms you don't get in America that you do get in China.
Would you prefer a Chinese system
if you to America? Yes.
What about political freedom, freedom of the individual, freedom of speech? Do you think Stephen could run his show if he was a Chinese citizen in China and have any conversations he wanted?
And you think communism is bad?
I grew up in the Soviet Union, so yes, I do think communism is bad. You end up in a place where the economy is just screwed. So you get equality, but everyone's just equally poor.
What is your perspective on AI?
I think the biggest threat to humanity, if you talk about AI, is actually the fact that you're creating something that's smarter than you. And if you're creating a superior species, you will become an inferior species. Best case scenario, you become a pet. Worst case scenario, you become a cow.
So my next question logically becomes, what can we do about it?
There is an actual solution that's available that's clear. I think what we should really be focusing on is...
You're wrong.
This is where we're likely to have very strong
disagreements. I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday. Where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
my children. She's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a doubting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children. She's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a doubting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children. She's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a doubting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children. She's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a doubting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
It's 20 to midnight. Why would I be screaming? Who am I up against here? So why would I be screaming and shouting? Taz, as desperate as you disgusting, satanic, sadistic, dead cunts are, as disgusting as you dead cunts are, why the fuck would I be shouting and screaming? I've made myself. Why do I need to shout and scream when I've made myself extremely clear. You're shitting yourselves 24/7. Why do I need to raise my voice? You're fucked. Doesn't matter my decibel level whatsoever. You are fucked. With my explicit blessing, whether I whisper it or shout it, makes absolutely no difference at this point in time. Karma hears me when I don't make a fucking noise. God hears me 10 years before I even know what I'm thinking. I'm just a vessel. You lot have brought all this shit on yourselves already. I'm just letting you know. I've been reminding you for years of the rules that you're breaking. You decided to carry on. You think it's funny. You think it's funny, you satanic sick fucks. So karma's going to sort you the fuck out, and you're going to learn lessons, those of you that survive. But the others will learn lessons for the rest of time. So we'll thank you for that, sacrificing yourselves for the greater good in a way. Somebody had to do it, I suppose. You sick fucks. But keep going, we're just going to keep recording it so that humanity learns for the rest of time from you sadistic, dead cunts. You're going to burn in hell. My explicit blessing.
And after a year-long battle, it was introduced in Germany finally in 2021 that this is called a criminal offense. And it lasted from 21 to 2024. Then this Mr. Buschmann was his name, the Liberal Minister of Justice, came along and reversed it. Now it's called a misdemeanor. No big gain. In my point of view, all the formulations that the Ministry of Justice explained why they reversed it is a shame.
Go on, Jake, you nonce. Get on this panel now, dickhead.
I only made negative experiences in this field. I really fought for almost my whole life that sexual abuse in children would become a criminal offense. And after a year-long battle, it was introduced in Germany finally in 2021 that this is called a criminal offense. And it lasted from 21 to 2024. Then this Mr. Buschmann was his name, the Liberal Minister of Justice.
Turn it off.
Yes, a shame.
Yeah.
So sexual abuse only just became an illegal offence for particular.
You were the sexual abuser,
Yes,
Jake.
it's really a shame. Thank
Not
you so
only do you
much.
do that,
You take
you've got
so much
somebody who's
action for the
claiming to
children,
be
especially
abused
for
as a
bringing these
survivor
grievances to public
who won't
attention.
go and
That
report
is so important.
Excuse me, if we could just hear, if we could see the end of this.
Doing more
Yeah,
damage.
thank you for taking this
And
time.
you think that's upon me?
Well, you're traveling right now.
This is how
Your statements really helped us to get a clear picture of this problem.
After he got
We
caught
wish
with all
you
those
well
images.
for your work. Everything the best.
You're the one that's
even in your
charged by the
retirement, you're
police now.
taking action.
Yeah.
Thank you for your great
You're the one
educational
that's
work. We
banned from being
love
around anybody
you.
under the age of 18, and you got sectioned because
Thank you, Lois. I'm looking forward to join you here again when I come in
This
person.
is what you are.
So what
And
happened?
I was so welcome.
You want to put the record
know.
straight. You want to find out who I am. You want to put an end to all this and come and hand myself in at the police. This is your words I'm using back on you. I'll meet you anywhere. I offered to meet you in Telford with me and Danny, and you didn't even want to show up.
So Danny's a dangerous man. I think he would be.
Listen, it's at the police station. What's going to happen to you? Yeah?
No, I think he's got a gang of paedophiles.
The police.
I think he's got a gang of
will deal with
satanic
you.
paedophiles. I think there's a gang of satanic paedophiles around
There
his
isn't a
area.
gang of satanic paedophiles, Jake. It's just me. I'm just a normal guy from Wigan. Not Chester,
Well, Danny West,
not,
Danny
in the
West,
army,
Danny-
not the other stuff, but me
Lyndon.
and you, if you don't turn yourself in and you don't turn at the police station, one day I'm coming through your front door.
Do you mean Lyndon Warden or Danny West?
Danny Jones.
Danny Jones. Okay, yeah.
The offer was there because apparently you've got all this information and all this stuff to hand yourself in. Well, we were going to willingly go and do it. And I don't like Danny. I've no time for him, right? But I know he's not what you say because I know I'm not. And I know the other
what's he
people
done
out
for-
there you
what's he
accuse
done?
aren't. So you're accusing people all the time, all this stuff. Now, you've got a psycho beg there that's saying she's been abused. She's saying she's been abused. Well, guess what? Get it to the police station, get their abuser, yeah, and make sure he doesn't hurt anybody else. But you're twisting that onto me. What a weird thing to do when I'm telling you to go and get whoever that was reported. Well, why would
What is it you don't like about Lyndon? What is it you don't like about Danny Jones?
For these nonsense. Why
What
are
is it you
you
don't like
always
about
making
Danny Jones?
apologetics for people like Carl Beach and Matt?
What is it you don't
and
like about
Justin? Why are
Danny
you
Jones?
making these things, Jake?
I don't think you're going to compensate, are you? What don't you like about Danny Jones?
We'll listen to someone just as brave and fearless, a fighter in the battle of child abduction, ritual abuse, and child trafficking.
Jake, why have you run off now? Why are you still playing this?
Sabine
Over people
McNeil studied
and answering
computer
questions.
science and mathematics and worked at CERN for 15 years. She then worked as an event organizer, software designer, web publisher, and
I'm telling you,
mathematical
Jake, if you
artist.
carry on with this,
In London,
give me-
she
give me the
volunteered
address,
as a
I'll meet you at
McKinsey
your home.
friend,
I'll come
which
to your
is the
house.
equivalent of a
How's
lay
about that?
legal advisor.
I'm sure you maybe
I
would.
will.
yeah.
I'll tell you now,
Process
I
she
will
came
turn
into
up.
contact with victims
Me
of
and you,
sexual
the eye
abuse
to eye,
and
mate,
child
face to face.
abduction
I don't
who
have
were
a
not
problem with
helped
you
by the
looking
justice
to my
system
face
but
or
harmed.
showing me ID, and
Sabine
I'll knock the
McNeil
living daylights out of you.
No, you probably come round with some sort of
No, I
firearm.
won't come round with anything, mate. I'll come round and knock your teeth down your throat. You child abusing piece of shit.
Oh, mate, you're sweating
No,
one out.
mate, about it, mate. Done with you and your nonsense and your bullshit.
You're shitting
I
it,
am
bruv.
telling you now, Jake, I am going to hurt you.
Brother, calm.
No,
calm.
none of this nonsense. I am sick to death of your bullshit.
You're just exposing yourself more,
Also, I'm
Darren
not
Williams.
exposing anything, Jake.
Darren
Williams. I'll tell you what, honestly, mate,
Darren
I am
Williams.
going to come to the police station, bring your evidence. I'll bring all my ID. You can lay it all in front of them. We'll see what happens, eh? We'll see what happens.
We're doing this our way.
Little shit won't turn up.
We're doing this our way.
Your way?
began to
What you mean
publicize these
bullshitting all the
cases
time,
on the
looking and
internet.
not actually doing
She
anything?
campaigned with
You're
great
full of
dedication
shit,
for
man.
children
I tell
who
you,
were
you
taken
are
away
full
from
of
their
shit.
parents by the state.
You
You're
can
the
just-
one.
you can do the
you
right
were
thing.
banned from being around anybody under the age of 18. Fact. That's you. You've got charges against you. And I'll tell you what, I am going to laugh my head off. I'm going to enjoy every single minute when you get prosecuted because you're going to get that. That's what's going to happen.
All right.
Yeah, right.
Raised
Yeah.
this issue in the
Because I'll tell you
European
what, Jake,
Parliament.
come and meet me. I'll be calm then. Yeah,
That's why
come
we are
and
here
meet me.
today.
It won't hurt
We
you.
are
Come to the
here.
police station. You can hand your stuff in. We'll see what happens.
You're
I'll
clearly
have
a
my
very, You're clearly a very unhinged, dangerous.
Oh no, I'm not
individual.
very unhinged. This is what happens when you make false claims against people and keep bringing other people's names into it that ain't me.
No,
I'll
you're the
prove
one
it's not me.
abusing a
I'll turn
woman.
up.
You're the one abusing a woman about suffering.
I'm not abusing. No, wrong again, Jake.
30 years ago.
Asking somebody to go and report their abuser is not abusing a woman. It's getting what should be done by normal people. Anybody would go and report that. And you are telling her not to.
So why do you abuse Ella and Abraham that did the most amazing
the
work?
one that I seen on that video coaching those children, the one that actually hurt those children, the one that run off from the court and abandoned them to those people. I would abandon children in that situation, mate.
So where was the coaching? Sorry, could you explain the coaching?
Coaching? Say it like this, say it like that. What did they say to you? Oh no, chant, chant, chant. It's right through the video, but you can't see it.
No, it's not right through the video. That's
It's
just
right
one
through the video.
No, and that's totally in context.
Yes, Jake, it is.
Very clearly in context.
Is coaching those
this is
children.
why we
He
know you're a
hurt those
paedophile.
children.
This is why we know you're a paedophile.
Children.
Because you will not listen to the reality. You will not-
Those children. That's the facts. And you can't deal with any of those facts, but I will smash your face in if we ever do meet and you don't go to the police and get this sorted out. Go to the police, won't be any problems. If you don't do, there will be.
When the proceedings started again.
So nobody really knows about it. No, legally, nobody knows about it. But that's his private home.
Yes. That's exactly right.
Now, and the most thing for these children took place in Christchurch.
Yes, Christchurch school and church.
And
church. And this is swimming pool.
So Christchurch
school in Hampstead, primary school in Hampstead. Christchurch
school
in Hampstead.
Is that Hampstead or Hampstead?
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
Just to remind everybody that Babs here is a grandmother who has wasted pretty much 24/7 on this shit for how many years, Babs? And why? You've got family, you've got resources, you've got your freedom, you've got your health relatively, haven't you? So well, I can explain exactly how and why I ended up on YouTube and why I'm still here. I can explain it all. I've documented it all. What's your reason? especially for even being here and for coming up with disgusting shit like that. A grown up, right? You're talking about a man getting bummed. You're filth. You are vile filth. And anyone who's just not understanding why I'm at that point, we've got years and years and years, and I'm more than comfortable to sit in prison if that's what it's going to take to stop these cunts. If you catch my drift, more than happy. Phone 999 if people are concerned. By all means, the police are well aware of me, so keep reiterating that I'm more than prepared for people to die now to protect children. More than ready.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
How disgraceful is it at almost midnight? I mean, is what it is, Babs. You disgusting old fucking cunt. You are literally sucking off paedophiles. That's what you do, non-stop. Tell the world that you've got grandchildren. Tell all these paedophiles that you've got grandchildren. Show them your grandchildren's faces, and then you just suck them off all day. You are just the most vile, disgusting old cunt. And Michaela on the Avosa, 7 Jane Crescent Elton, and Helen James, you've all just fucking literally sucked off paedophiles in broad daylight to fuck over humanity and so many children. Yeah, go and stay at Jeeps. You should always have stayed. You're a fucked whore of Satan, so is that cunt. Tell her. And all those fucking idiots in her chat are all being watched. Let them know. Go and tell them they're all being watched. They're all going to be fucking hated. They're all going to be hated, okay, with my explicit blessing too. Okay, who's actually real there, Babs? How many of those people are going to be hunted? How many of those people are people going to know where to go and find them? This is how deranged you Muppets are. Okay, when people get really fucking angry, they like to know who they need to come and find. If somebody's to blame for their suffering of their children, they're going to want to know who the fuck to find. Okay, for some people, it will just be writing letters and suing people. That's fine. That's why they're more than entitled to know where the fuck that cunt lives. She's put it on the internet, so if people have got a legal situation with her, then so be it. 7 Joan Crescent Elton. Now we've got this fucking prick back as well. Fuck him up. Fuck him up. Karma already knows who you are, cunt. You deserve to get fucked up. Fucked up. I'm not mincing my words. By all means, go and tell the police. Go and tell the police again. You deserve to get fucked up so slowly. You can't even imagine the pain that is coming for you, cunt. You can't even fucking imagine it. So keep going. Keep going, because this all helps. This all helps. And this helps the people that want to go finding real people. Okay? Because there's plenty of real people to go and find. So you doing this, okay, winding me up, getting other people going, fucking hell, that must have been really annoying. Yeah, get everyone riled up. Go on, cunt. Because there's plenty of people here to go and find. Plenty of people like this one in Southampton to go and find with my explicit blessing. So carry on. Carry on, Wallace Hoogley. Keep bringing it up to Southampton. Or down to Southampton from wherever you are. Where Barbara McKay is on the outskirts. Barbara McKay's got so much to answer for all of these anonymous fucking paedophiles. And Michaela on the Avosa of 7, Joan Crescent Elton, platforming paedophiles, letting kids all over the world. You know what you cunts deserve? Even I can't even fucking imagine, and my imagination is wild, especially now for you cunts. My imagination's wild, and I can't even imagine the pain that's coming for you. And you fucking deserve it, you cunt.
bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's going on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
For anybody who's been too nervous or scared of what this whole gig is, good versus evil and Satan versus God and all the rest, it's really it's not that deep. I mean, look at what we're with, right? Alexander Oliver Jones is the Satanist, the big scary Satanist. The plastic police cunt, Linda Morden, is the hoax police. We've got Lucifer, who's Lashbrook, the animal. Well, yes, he is a convicted. It is scary in the beginning when you find out that these are convicted people, but then you ask, who is the sort of person that's going to beat up an animal or a child, rape a child? These are pussies. These are people that can't go and do things with grown-ups, and just go about things in an orderly fashion. They have to abuse and exploit, and because they're pussies and they haven't got themselves together whatsoever and they fall apart, they are now trying to intimidate me by trying to find out my address in front of me, letting me know clearly they haven't got a fucking clue, desperately trying to intimidate me by talking to an anonymous paedophile to try and establish what my address is in front of me, you silly cunts, when I've just had you running around in circles like, you're so pathetic. But the point I'm making is this is what we're up against, peeps. Get on God's side, all right? We're winning. We're really fucking winning. This is what we're up against. There's nothing to be scared of here. These people are fucked in the head. They're demented. They need help. They need help. They need compassion. They don't, as angry as I get, I'm still dealing with this like one-on-one, not one-on-one, one on a million, but like directly at me, boom, 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 boom. Very fucking hard to have endless compassion when you're still getting smacked in the fucking face, okay? But realistically, what are we dealing with? A bunch of fucking muppets who are going, well, she's 12 miles away from Alexander because that's what the Google map said. Jesus Christ. I could easily, right, just think about it logically, right? Okay, right, so I've figured out, all right, we're playing some fucked up game here. They ain't playing by no rules, so what are the rules? It's just going to be universal law. That's the only rules here, because these are not rules that these people are playing by. They're thick as shit. They haven't got anything going on between them. Clearly, you keep letting us know how you have no master plan. You have no strategy. You don't really know each other at all. You don't know what you're doing. You're going from one day to the next, panicking is what you're doing, trying to cover up your shit. I'm not doing that. I'm very together. I know exactly where I'm going and what I'm doing. Okay, I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to get there, but that's the beauty of it. That's why I win, because you can't fuck me up because I don't even know. I know I'm going to get there. That's fine. I know that. All right, so we're just going to play this game, but I've learned the rules that we're allowed to play by. You lot don't give a fuck, so I'm going to win. All right, that's where we're at. So, sorry again. I'm just letting everybody else know. This lot are trying to intimidate me and anybody else. Okay, they're trying to find out my address in front of me. This is how thick they are. So I could live anywhere in the world. I could have just screenshot. I could have asked anybody anywhere, couldn't I? Could you just type in somewhere and see? I could have done that to anyone. I could have gone anywhere on a bus and typed it in myself, got a screenshot. I could have done. I'm so creative. If I want to throw people off the scent, believe me, I can do it. Okay, I don't tend to do it very often because I try to get people on the scent, and you really don't want to fucking know. That's hard enough. But yeah, if I really want to, I can. So trying to now guess in front of me to intimidate me where I live, can you fail any harder than you are failing? I don't know that you can. I mean, carry on. It's fucking pathetic. Babs wants your address to give to Alex, that's all. We only want your address to give it to the Satanist who's fucking up everything to do with you. Fucking... Oh, Alex, the one that shut down my PayPal over a fucking malicious fraud. Yeah, that one. Of course, I'll give him my fucking address to hound me at. Of course. Here you go. I'm just right. What the fuck is going on here? No, what happened was he illegally submitted a copyright claim. So that put me in a position where I needed to get my shit back. So at that point, I'm already under duress. So I could have said, I live in Disneyland. If the computer would have said, okay, that's okay. Because it was never going to fucking court, was it? Because he broke the law to do that, to silence me, not to protect anything, to silence me. Okay, black and white. This is very fucking obvious, okay? So that's all that happened there. So I literally could have said I live in a snail's shell. Okay, I've moved into a snail shell, Alex. Okay, you can serve me at the snail shell next to the bus stop. Could have said that if the computer would have taken it, but it's not blah, blah, blah. This is what you lot do, isn't it? This is, you've actually asked me out right now. So you're not only trying to intimidate me by trying to figure it out in front of me because 12 miles, because Google said so. So we're going to, fucking hell. Oh, my God. It's not even worth speaking anymore, is it? I've never been silenced. Never been silenced. So where's all the thousands and thousands of people that I was erased over and over and over again. Oh, how did that happen? Because people were filing fraudulent, illegal declarations, okay, with a significant real life consequence, which was to silence me, destroy my work, destroy my network, destroy my reach. All through COVID, through my dad dying, all of that, cutting off my network over and over again. Even the simplest things like to get myself to sleep, you know, stuff you get used to when you're grieving and stuff like that, getting used to certain music, certain calming stuff, all of that just gone over and over again, over and over again. You fucking cunts, you're going to fucking suffer. Telling me I'm not under duress, I've never been silenced, you've never suffered, you never this. Fuck you to hell. Fuck you to hell. Fuck you to hell. Come and tell me to my face that I don't exist, that I've never suffered, that this didn't happen, that didn't happen. Come and tell me to my fucking face. Come and tell me to my fucking face what happened and what didn't happen. You scummy cunt, you're going to fucking suffer and you deserve it all, whore of Satan.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Oh my God.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You've got this weird obsession, like, weird. But anyway...
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children. She jumped on a bandwagon with pedophiles. No, she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
What's going on? Has this happened before? We have to get out of here. We have to get out of here. Take it easy. You take it easy. Quiet.
out. You can't be in here.
Don't listen to anything she says. She's a holographic representation of the Red Queen.
You have to get out.
Modeled after the head programmer's daughter. She'll try to deceive us.
I wouldn't advise this. Disabling me will result in loss of primary power. I implore you.
Implore away.
Please? You're all going to die down here.
That's Michaela on Nervosa. The vile cunt with the death and suffering of so many fucking children and innocence on her hands. Never mind the facility. Oh, I've been over it. I've recorded it. We're just gonna allow things to play out now, aren't we? We're going to allow the public to see that these whores for Satan have facilitated these paedophiles, this conveyor belt of abuse 24/7 for fucking years on end. These whores, Barbara McKay from Southampton here. Look at this cunt. Look at this cunt. 24/7. How many years? You are sick. You are fucking sick. And then these paedophiles going, look, they were going, she's getting triggered. She's getting years. They've done this while children die. While children die. While my children are away from me. My family's destroyed. These cunts torture me 24/7, telling me how ugly I am. Laughing at the fact that I'm in this situation. Sick fucks deserve so much fucking pain. They've driven themselves mad because they know they deserve it. And no one's going to want to help them. They don't deserve any help. If you don't repent, you deserve every fucking second of agony. Every fucking second of agony. You deserve it. And you know you deserve it. And you know nobody's going to want to help you. You don't deserve any help. And you do deserve so much fucking pain. With my explicit blessing. because this is some fucking sickness you've got here. But keep showing everybody. Keep showing everybody, because you're just displaying what we need. Eliminated to protect our children. We need this. Eliminated to protect our children. These sick fucks, these predators and paedophiles need to disappear to protect our children. My explicit blessing as slowly as possible to teach the other cunts a lesson. Keep going, you sick fuck. In Southampton, assisting paedophiles for how many years? How many dead children? You fucking whore of Satan. Keep going, you demented old cunt. My explicit blessing, Barbara. McKay, Southampton, fuck you to hell.
Who are these 20 special children?
There's Millie, she's a brown girl.
Millie who?
Millie Cowell.
Millie Cow?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you know she's one of the 20 special children?
Because I know, because she comes and they do sex to her, mostly.
Who's they? Who's they?
The teachers, the parents, the staff.
Every single teacher or specific teachers?
No, every single, the whole school does. Well, so they also make shoes of the skin of the baby's skin. They got a special tool and they put it in the skin and like in the baby's skin, and then they take it out, and then they stick it because the blood is kind of sticky, and stick it on. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In
That sexual abuse in children, of children, would become a criminal offense. And after a year-long battle, it was introduced in Germany finally in 2021 that this is called a criminal offense. And it lasted from 21 to 2024. Then this Mr. Bushman was his name, the Liberal Minister of Justice, came along and reversed it. Now it's called a misdemeanor. No big gain. In my point of view, all the formulations that the Ministry of Justice explained why they reversed it is a shame.
Go on, Jake, you nonce. Get on this panel now, dickhead.
I only made negative experiences in this field.
Whoa,
I really fought for almost my whole life that sexual abuse in children would become a criminal offense. And after a year-long battle, it was introduced in Germany, finally in 2021, that this is called a criminal offense. And it lasted from 21 to 2024. Then this Mr. Bushman was his name, the Liberal Minister of Justice.
Turn it off.
Yes, a shame.
Yeah.
So sexual abuse only just became an illegal offence for particular.
You were the sexual abuser,
Yes,
Jake.
it's really a shame. Thank
Not
you so
only do you
much.
do that,
You take
you've got
so much
somebody who's
action for the
claiming
children,
to be
especially
abused
for
as a
bringing these
survivor
grievances to public
who won't go
attention.
and
That is
report.
so important.
Excuse me, if we could just hear, if we could
Since
get the end of this.
doing more
Yeah,
damage.
thank you for taking this
And
time.
you think that's upon me?
Well, you're traveling right now.
This is how
Your
twisted
statements
you
really
are.
help
You're
us
the one that
to get a
started
clear
working
picture of
with
this
Al
problem.
Beach after he got
We
caught
wish
with
you
all those
well
images.
for your work. Everything the best.
You're the one that's
Even in your
charged by the
retirement, you're
police now.
taking action.
Yeah.
Thank you for your great
You're the one
educational
that's
work. We
being
love
around anybody
you.
under the age of 18, and you got sectioned because
Thank you, Lois. I'm looking
like
forward to join you here again when I come in
This
person.
is what you are.
So what
And
happened?
You're always so
you meet
welcome.
me and stuff. You want to put the record straight. You want to find out who I am. You want to put an end to all this and come and hand myself in at the police. This is your words I'm using back on you. I'll meet you anywhere. I offered to meet you in Telford with me and Danny, and you didn't even want to show up.
So Danny's a dangerous man. I think he would be.
Listen, to the police station, what's going to happen to you? Yeah?
No, I think he's got a gang of paedophiles.
The police.
I think he's got a gang of
will
satanic
review-
paedophiles. I think there's a gang of satanic paedophiles around
There
his
isn't a
area.
gang of satanic paedophiles, Jake. It's just me. I'm just a normal guy from Wigan. Not Chester,
Danny West-
not,
Danny
in the
West-
army,
Danny-
not the other stuff, but me
Lyndon.
and you, if you don't turn yourself in and you don't turn at the police station, one day I'm coming through your front door.
Do you mean Lyndon Warden or Danny West?
Danny Jones.
Danny Jones, okay, yeah.
The offer was there because apparently you've got all this information and all this stuff to hand yourself in. Well, we were going to willingly go and do it. And I don't like Danny. I've no time for him, right? But I know he's not what you say because I know I'm not. And I know the other
what's he
people
done
out
for-
there you
what's he
accuse
done?
aren't. So you're accusing people all the time, all this stuff. Now, you've got a psycho beg there that's saying she's been abused. She's saying she's been abused. Well, guess what? Get it to the police station, get their abuser, yeah, and make sure he doesn't hurt anybody else. Well, you're twisting that onto me. What a weird thing to do when I'm telling you to go and get whoever that was reported. Well, why would
What is it you don't like about Lyndon? What is it you don't like about Danny Jones?
Covering for these nonsense? Why
What
are
is it you
you
don't like
always
about
making
Danny Jones?
apologetics for people like Carl Beach and Matt?
What is it you don't
and
like
Justin?
about
Why are
Danny
you
Jones?
making these things, Jake?
I don't think you're going to compensate, are you? What don't you like about Danny Jones?
We listen to someone just as brave and fearless, a fighter in the battle of child abduction, ritual abuse, and child trafficking.
Jake, why have you run off now? Why are you still playing this?
Sabine
Over people,
McNeil studied
telling answering
computer
questions.
science and mathematics and worked at CERN for 15 years. She then worked as an event organizer, software designer, web publisher, and
I'm telling you,
mathematical
Jake, if you
artist.
carry on with this,
In London,
give me-
she
give me the
volunteered
address,
as a
I'll meet you at
McKinsey
your home.
friend,
I'll come
which
to your
is the
house.
equivalent of a
How's
lay
about that?
legal advisor.
I'm sure you maybe would.
will.
yeah.
I'll
In the
tell you now,
process,
I
she
will
came
turn
into
up.
contact with victims
Me
of
and you,
sexual
the eye
abuse
to eye,
and
mate,
child
face to face.
abduction
I don't
who
have a
were not
problem with
helped by
you
the
looking
justice
to my
system
face
but
or
harmed.
showing me ID, and
Sabine
I'll knock the
McNeil-
living daylights out of you.
No, you probably come round with some sort of
No, I
firearm.
won't come round with anything, mate. I'll come round and knock your teeth down your throat. You child abusing piece of shit.
Oh, mate, you're sweating
No,
one out.
mate, about it, mate. Done with you and your nonsense and your bullshit.
You're shitting
I
it,
am
bruv.
telling you now, Jake, I am going to hurt you.
Brother, calm.
No,
calm.
none of this nonsense. I am sick to death of your bullshit.
You're just exposing yourself more,
Oh, I'm
Darren
not
Williams.
exposing anything, Jake.
Darren Williams.
I'll tell you what, honestly, mate,
Darren
I am
Williams.
going to come to the police station, bring your evidence. I'll bring all my ID. You can lay it all in front of them. We'll see what happens, eh? We'll see what happens.
We're doing this our way.
Little shit won't turn up.
We're doing this our way.
Your way?
began to
What do you mean
publicize these
bullshitting all the
cases
time,
on the
running and
internet.
not actually doing
She
anything?
campaigned with
You're
great
full of shit,
dedication
man.
for
I
children
tell
who
you,
were
you
taken
are
away
full
from
of
their
shit.
parents by the state.
You're
You
the
can
one.
you can do the
you
right
were
thing.
banned from being around anybody under the age of 18. Fact. That's you. You've got charges against you. And I'll tell you what, I am going to laugh my head off. I'm going to enjoy every single minute when you get prosecuted because you're going to get that. That's what's going to happen.
All right.
Yeah, right.
Raised
Yeah.
this issue in the
'Cause I'll tell
European
you what, Jake,
Parliament.
come and meet me. I'll be calm then. Yeah?
why
Come
we are
and
here
meet me.
today.
I won't hurt you.
We are
Come to the
here.
police station. You can hand your stuff in. We'll see what happens.
You're
I'll
clearly,
end my
you're clearly a very unhinged, dangerous.
Oh, no, I'm not
individual.
very unhinged. This is what happens when you make false claims against people and keep
No.
bringing other people's names into it that ain't me.
No,
I'll
you're the
prove
one
it's not me.
abusing a
I'll turn
woman.
up.
You're the one abusing a woman about suffering.
I'm not abusing. No,
she suffered
wrong again, Jake.
30 years ago.
Asking somebody to go and
30 years
report their
ago.
abuser is not abusing a woman. It's getting what should be done by normal people. Anybody
You are so
will go and report that.
You are
And you
shitting it.
are telling her not to.
So why'd you abuse that Ella and Abraham that did the most amazing
What, the
work?
one that I seen on that video coaching those children, the one that actually hurt those children, the one that run off from the court and abandoned them to those people. I would abandon children in that situation, mate.
So where was the coaching? Sorry, could you explain the coaching?
Coaching? Say it like this, say it like that. What did they say to you? Oh no, chant, chant, chant. It's right through the video, but you can't see it.
No, it's not right through the video. That's
It's
just
right
one
through the
section.
video.
No, and that's totally in context.
Yes, Jake, it is.
Very clearly in
He is
context.
coaching those
This is
children.
why we
He
know you're a
hurt those
paedophile.
children. He
This is why we
hurt
know you're a
those
paedophile.
children.
Because
Abe
you will not listen
Abe
to the
hurt
reality. You will not-
those children. That's the facts. And you can't deal with any of those facts, but I will smash your face in if we ever do meet and you don't go to the police and get this sorted out. Go to the police, there won't be any problems. If you don't do, there will be.
When the proceedings started again.
So nobody really knows about it. No, legally, nobody knows about it. But that's his private home.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Now, and the most thing for these children took place in Christ Church.
Yes, Christ Church, school and church.
And yeah.
And church.
Also,
and this is swimming pool.
So Christ Church.
Christ Church school in Hampstead.
Lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web and trolling folk en masse. Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go and all the psychopaths lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web and trolling folk en masse. Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? And all the psychopaths lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web and trolling folk en masse. Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? And all the psychopaths lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web and trolling folk en masse. Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? And all the psychopaths lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web and trolling folk en masse. Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? And all the psychopaths lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web and trolling folk en masse. Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? And all the psychopaths lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web and trolling folk en masse. Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? And all the psychopaths lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web and trolling folk en masse. Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? And all the psychopaths lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web and trolling folk en masse. Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK
The irony of Babs and Dad saying that I'm flapping all the time. I'm fucking furious. You can call it flapping, triggered, whatever. I'm done. I don't need to explain why I'm at the end of my rope and I'm ready to fucking have people, whatever needs to happen. I'm more than ready. More than fucking ready. If you want to call that triggered and like it's something to be, why are you, I don't understand that bit. How you think it's something to be proud of that you've got me to this point? Because there's so many dead children, because you fucked up my life, because you've stolen me from my own family. I don't understand how you think this is something to, again, because the whole mission, even though it's illegal and it wasn't really supposed to be discussed in public, but it is, it's so normalised, isn't it? Because I'm somehow a mission for so many people. This isn't, it's not lawful though. So all of this nonsense about how brilliant it is that you've got me so fucking wound up. Great, but normal people are going to just understand that you've been fucking torturing me psychologically for getting on for a decade between you, and you're lucky that I haven't fucking killed a lot of you already. But, you know, is it something to be proud of that we're here? I mean, well done. This fucking brilliant. No, because you already got me section and I got back out again because they can see I'm angry for a good fucking reason. All right, and it's the police's job really to sort out what they haven't sorted out so far. So I'm allowed to have a human fucking reaction to this situation, you stupid cunts. I'm under psychological duress, so when I say I'm ready for people to get fucking done, I'm ready. Predators and paedophiles need to be fucking eliminated to protect children. Now, the best way for that is the police do their fucking job, but they're well overstretched. Well overstretched. There's a lot of pissed off people. There's a lot of grieving parents. All right. There's a lot of toolboxes. There's a lot of imagination. There's a lot of people who won't hear a fucking thing. But by all means, keep congratulating each other, because I'm sure I'm the only person in the world who's going to be angry with you lot. My children aren't even dead. Think about that, Wallace Hoogley. And then, you stupid bitch, laughing your head off that Alex had the wrong address, all in your own distinctive voice. Aren't I stupid? I suppose I shouldn't have done that on record. Well, I am recorded having already reported him for harassment. That's clearly what's gone on, you stupid cunt, okay? So, like I said, I'd happily send him to Disneyland. If YouTube's computers are going to accept it, I'll go with that. He's not taken it to court, has he? So you really think any dumb cunt... I mean, what planet are you on? What planet are you on? Anyone's going to look at this entire situation, aren't they? Do you really think that they're going to go, right, that's the criminal, her, because she gave the wrong address to get her channel back after they stole it illegally from her to silence her again? Yes, she's the criminal for giving her old address. It's not like it was even a made-up address. It was an old address. It was the last address. It was the address you all knew about. It makes sense, doesn't it? I think anybody's going to see that just makes sense. For me to get back my property that was stolen from me by you fucking satanic paedophile cunts that I gave my last address. I think they'll let that slide, Wallace Hoogley. I think even the big old scary police will let that slide, Wallace Hoogley, to be honest. YouTube's algorithms already let it slide, Wallace Hoogley. I'm already winning, you stupid fucked nonce cunt. Keep going. This is fucking as pathetic as it really gets, isn't it? You admitted to lying about your address as an anonymous fucking paedophile about me lying about my address to get my shit back from a fucking satanic paedophile who stole it in the first place. You dumb cunt. All supported by Michaela Onyefosa of 7 Joan Crescent Elton, Barbara McKay of Southampton, Helen James of Windsor. I can't even be asked anymore. Rebecca Elizabeth Penman, we know the drill. You are so fucked. You just carry on, please. Carry on.
The Israeli cabinet has met to discuss the threat of kites, and the Israeli Minister of Defense has issued a blood-curdling threat as Palestinian children are systematically targeted in Gaza, which the media are, as ever, ignoring. Now, we're going to go through this and the horrors taking place in Gaza that you're not being told about by the media. Now, let's just start with the Israeli war on kites. Let's start by reading what the Israeli Minister of Defense, Israel Katz, posted on social media. Prime Minister Netanyahu and I have issued the IDF to adopt a policy of zero tolerance and zero containment towards the launching of kites and balloons from Gaza towards the Negev settlements. If the launches continue, powerful actions will be taken to put an end to this phenomenon. A balloon and kite shall be treated the same as a drone, with or without explosives. I am not Yoav Gallant. And I will not allow the policy of October 6th to repeat itself, neither from the air nor in approaches to the fences. To be clear, he's talking about the former Israeli Minister of Defense, Yoav Gallant, who, along with Benjamin Netanyahu, has a international arrest warrant issued against him by the International Criminal Court for war crimes and crimes against humanity, because as Minister of Defense of the heinous atrocities that the Israeli armed forces committed against the Palestinian people as they committed genocide under Yoav Gallant, that he regards Yoav Gallant as too soft. That's what he's saying. In contrast to the method of recurring raids that he led in the war that allowed Hamas to return again and again to the same places, we acted together with the IDF and built a strong and clean security zone free of residents and terror infrastructure. To be clear, what he's talking about there is the mass destruction of civilian homes, civilian infrastructure, permanently erasing, I mean, obviously, most Gaza's homes have been entirely destroyed or severely damaged, so they're not habitable. But they have permanently, I mean, Gaza is one of the most densely populated places on earth. And what they've done is driven the survivors into a minority of that tiny strip, which is no bigger than East London. And it's got about 2 million survivors there. And what they've done is permanently raised an entire area, which, just be clear, is a war crime on an industrial scale in itself. Anyway, he carries on. The IDF controlling the territory to protect the fighters and the settlements, and we will not allow it to be circumvented in any way. Now, you might be wondering, I mean, he's talking here, just to be clear, about launching military assaults, strikes against children if they fly kites. That's what he's talking about. And obviously, as we'll discuss a bit further, but Israel have systematically slaughtered children. They've killed at least well over 20,000 children, including about 1,000 babies under the age of 1. And these are underestimates. This we know from every credible academic study that's an underestimate. Yeah, you might ask yourself, what possible pretext or justification? So years ago, in 2018 and 2019, there was the so-called Great March of Return. And this was a massive civil society mobilization in Gaza, which was against the Israeli siege, oppression, and occupation. And these were protesters. They weren't doing an armed uprising, who were protesting the siege and all the various facets of Israeli oppression. And Israel slaughtered 214 Palestinians, and they injured over 36,000. And they had a policy of deliberately targeting the knees of protesters in order to permanently maim them. And just to be clear, so, you know, people go, oh, well, maybe it was an armed uprising. One Israeli soldier was killed. And this went on for the best part of 2 years. One Israeli soldier was killed. Now, one tactic during this slaughter that some Palestinian protesters adopted was to fly kites and attach burning rags to them and let the winds take them across the fence. That is nothing like what is happening here. This was a tactic adopted many years ago, and obviously Israel can see that these kites have nothing attached to them. Look, you don't have to be one of the world's most advanced militaries, which I'm afraid to say the IDF is, to see immediately if a kite has something which is on fire attached to it. They're just kids flying kites, and they're in a compressed area, and sometimes those kites they fly in an area the size of East London fly over into Israel, well, he's officially Israel. Now, let's just watch this segment on Sky News, because, look, I criticise the mainstream media a lot, but they've at least here got some testimonies from Palestinian children.
Now, kites have long been a familiar sight in Gaza. They're cheap to buy, quick to make. The breeze from the sea makes them easy to fly. Nevertheless, Israel's warning has been heard. Our team in Gaza found this group of children who were suddenly nervous and annoyed.
اليوم كنا نطير الطاق فجأة اجت ايش يا اخوي بقول لي ما معي طير الطاق نزل الطابق عود ابويا جاك كسر لك اياه بقول له ليش بقول له نزلت اليهود مشهور ممنوع ايش طير الطاق بقول له ليش يعني هم حرمونا كمان من الالعاب من كل شيء بده يحرمونا كمان من الطاق ولا في مدارس ولا في مدارس ولا في ترفيه ولا في اي حاجه هي بنضلنا قاعدين بس انا واميتي انه يرجعوا لعب الطاق ونصير نطير الطاق زي قبل ونفرح.
A spokesman for Hamas denied any responsibility for launching the kite and said it was simply a matter of children searching for their innocent childhood. But Israel Katz insists his country is maintaining a security zone to protect its fighters and settlements. But with an election coming up, Katz, along with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, wants Israeli voters to link him with safety and security.
I mean, look, I'm glad they had interviews with Palestinian children, but allowing, the framing at the end of, this is about Netanyahu wanting to be associated with security. What a kind of level of derangement are we dealing with here? You know what I mean? He's like, yeah, he's going to be really tough on kites being flown by children in Gaza. These are children who have suffered unbearable trauma. Many of them have, most of them have been bereaved. Most of them have lost some loved ones. They have been repeatedly displaced. They're homeless. They've been homeless now for 3 years nearly. And repeatedly displaced, living in tents, repeatedly starved, deprived of the means of life, constantly dealing with being, explosives and being attacked, missiles, drones. Some of them are maimed, injured, with health conditions that can't be treated. They don't have schools or proper education. The schools have been destroyed. Everything's full. This is like the apocalypse for these children. And here's just one little thing that they can do, some little pleasure. And now it's been turned into a pretext to murder them again. Which brings me to this BBC headline. Israel warns of forceful response to kites flown from Gaza. Imagine typing that headline. Imagine the journalists who put the headline together. Now, there is evidence to suggest that children flying these kites are being killed by Israel. Watch this clip here. This is from the brilliant Drop Site News, who do brilliant journalism. Do support them. Let's just see this clip.
الاطفال اللي بيلعبوا طيارات ورق بيلعبوا فيها لعب قاعدين بفتحوا في الاطفال قاعدين بيضربون في الاف 16 الله اكبر وين دين العرب وين المسلمين اللي مفتنين ما صحيوش المسلمين للحين هذول امريكا هذول هيمين على العالم تهمين هذول اثبات البشر في الدنيا كلها.
Horrific. And let's just see this clip. This is a Palestinian child destroying his kite because he's been told flying the kites may lead to him being killed.
عشان كاتس يرضى عشان ترامب يرضى بدهم يحرموا من الشغله اللي بنحبها والله قلبي بتقطع ربنا يحسنك انت تقول الثانيه يا رب الحرام يا طعم جيب الطاقه يلا.
This is in the context of Israel's war on Palestinian children. We know from the overwhelming evidence, full stop, but the UN Independent Commission earlier this year noted in great detail, in a detailed report about the intentional targeting of children that Israel has deliberately targeted, intended to kill children, and they've gone through many case studies.
If you are still watching, this is why I want you dead. All right? You cunts, you scummy cunts. Every one of these children, these are the survivors. Look at what the fuck you've done to them. All right? My suffering is nothing compared to what you have put so many fucking children through. And I will happily sit in fucking prison. I want you fucking dead if you do not fucking repent. You carry on at me, carry on. We'll keep recording this shit. They can take me away. This will be recorded. You cunts are going to get caught up with for what you've fucking done to humanity. These children, you sick fucks, you deserve so much fucking pain. Fuck you all to hell. Go on, call the police again. Tell them again. I want you to fucking suffer, you cunts. You need to fucking repent. This is what you've fucking done. You deserve so much fucking pain.
Of Israel's war on Palestinian children. We know from the overwhelming evidence, full stop, but the UN Independent Commission earlier this year noted in great detail, in a detailed report about the intentional targeting of children that Israel has deliberately targeted, intended to kill children, and they've gone through many case studies of that. Now, during the so-called ceasefire, which is not a ceasefire, as I'm going to show you the statistics, since last October, 1,280 Palestinians at least have been killed since it began. That is significantly more now than what, for example, who died on October 7th. 300 children, an average of a child a day, have been killed. No, on October 7th, 36 children were killed. So we're talking here 300 children, getting on for, what is it, 8 times as many or so. Silence, though. You know, again, this is just during the so-called ceasefire. We're not talking about the 20,000 plus before that. And, you know, there's more fury, again, I always say this, but over the fictional, non-existent beheading of Israeli babies than there is about the mass slaughter of children. You have to put this in the context of just how Israel has, for so many years, made the lives of children miserable. With a blockade on Gaza, which has banned, among other things, children's toys, footballs, crayons, children's books, pens, pencils, notebooks, A4 paper, ink for printing textbooks, school uniforms, computers, musical instruments, school desks, teachers' classroom tables, hearing aids, chocolate, sweets, neonatal intensive care ventilators, babies' nappies, baby formula, I could go on. Now, the latest news suggests that because of at least not the full-scale siege, which was taking place before, some food is got in, and Gaza children are no longer starving, but 12.2% are chronically malnourished or stunted because of the past starvation. And I'm afraid that means the damage may be permanent, and that can affect stunting, the development of a child's brain, their learning abilities, and their health for the rest of their lives. Now, meanwhile, there are constant and escalating assaults on Gaza. They destroyed Israel a desalination plant. And they also destroyed 2 mosques. Palestinian journalist Mohammed Hania says 2 mosques in Gaza. One is an ancient relic older than Israel. The second is a makeshift one made of nylon and wood. The occupation bombed them. The Qurans were torn apart, and the stones and nylon were blown to bits. Just to be clear, attacking water infrastructure and attacking places of worship, these are war crimes. They are violations of international law. But again, you know, no outrage because Israel has been granted total impunity. Now, according to the UN's latest report, 90% of Gaza's population are experiencing moderate to high water insecurity. Roughly a quarter of Palestinians injured since October 2023 are estimated to have potentially life-changing injuries. And about 1 in 50 of the pre-war, pre-genocide population is now living with severe conflict-related injuries. We're talking about what's happening at the moment in Gaza. You maybe remember exactly a year ago, there was the double tap attack on Nasser Hospital. It was horrific to watch. This was the attack on Nasser Hospital. You could see journalists there on the roof and medical staff, and then it was attacked again in front of the whole world live. Now, Israel at the time lie. This is what they always do. They lie and lie, and then what they do is they deflect, lie, gaslight, muddy the waters, and what they do is try to do that so people, you know, kind of go, "Ooh, who's to know what's real in the fog of war," and move on. Attention moves on. And they claimed at the time it was a Hamas camera that they were targeting. Now, there is a report by AP which looks into the latest evidence. They note that amongst those killed were Reuters cameraman Hussam Al-Masri and Mariam Dagger, who was a visual journalist who works for the Associated Press and other news organizations. But they quote an Israeli soldier who spoke to them on condition of anonymity for fear of retribution, because Israeli soldiers are only suffer repercussions, not for slaughtering people, committing war crimes, but for speaking out about these war crimes. He has told Associated Press that the Israeli military, could find no evidence linking the camera, which belonged to Al-Masri, a journalist, to Hamas. 6,000. And they had a policy of deliberately targeting the knees of protesters in order to permanently maim them. And just to be clear, so, you know, people go, "Oh, well, maybe it was an armed uprising." 1 Israeli soldier was killed. And this went on for the best part of 2 years. 1 Israeli soldier was killed. Now, one tactic during this slaughter that some Palestinian protesters adopted.
I accidentally skipped forwards, I think. So sorry, this is going to repeat itself. I do apologise, but this needs to be fucking seen. Fucking scumbags wasting time whilst this is going on. You deserve everything you get.
Was to fly kites and attach burning rags to them and let the winds take them across the fence. That is nothing like what is happening here. This was a tactic adopted many years ago, and obviously Israel can see that these kites have nothing attached to them. You can, I mean, look, you don't have to be one of the world's most advanced militaries, which I'm afraid to say the IDF is, to see immediately if a kite has something which is on fire attached to it. They're just kids flying kites, and they're in a compressed area, and sometimes those kites they fly in an area the size of East London fly over into Israel, well, is officially Israel. Now, let's just watch this segment on Sky News, because, look, I criticise the mainstream media a lot, but they've at least here got some testimonies from Palestinian children.
Now, kites have long been a familiar sight in Gaza. They're cheap to buy, quick to make. The breeze from the sea makes them easy to fly. Nevertheless, Israel's warning has been heard. Our team in Gaza found this group of children who were suddenly nervous and annoyed.
اليوم كنا نطير الطاق فجأة اجت ايش يا اخوي بقول لي ما معي طير الطاق نزل الطابق عود ابويا جاك كسر لك اياه بقول له ليش بقول له نزلت اليهود مشهور ممنوع ايش طير الطاق بقول له ليش يعني هم حرمونا كمان من الالعاب من كل شيء بده يحرمونا كمان من الطاق ولا في مدارس ولا في مدارس ولا في ترفيه ولا في اي حاجه هي ضلنا قاعدين بس انا واميتي انه يرجعوا لعب الطاق ونصير نطير الطاق زي قبل ونفرح.
A spokesman for Hamas denied any responsibility for launching the kite and said it was simply a matter of children searching for their innocent childhood. But Israel Katz insists his country is maintaining a security zone to protect its fighters and settlements. But with an election coming up, Katz, along with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, wants Israeli voters to link him with safety and security.
I mean, look, I'm glad they had interviews with Palestinian children, but allowing, the framing at the end of, this is about Netanyahu wanting to be associated with security. What a kind of level of derangement are we dealing with here? You know what I mean? He's like, yeah, he's going to be really tough on kites being flown by children in Gaza. These are children who have suffered unbearable trauma. Many of them have, most of them have been bereaved. Most of them have lost some loved ones. They have been repeatedly displaced. They're homeless. They've been homeless now for 3 years nearly, and repeatedly displaced, living in tents, repeatedly starved, deprived of the means of life, constantly dealing with being, explosives and being attacked, missiles, drones. Some of them are maimed, injured, with health conditions that can't be treated. They don't have schools or proper education. The schools have been destroyed. Everything's full. This is like the apocalypse for these children. And here's just one little thing that they can do, some little pleasure. And now it's been turned into a pretext to murder them again. Which brings me to this BBC headline. Israel warns of forceful response to kites flown from Gaza. Imagine typing that headline. Imagine the journalists who put the headline together. Now, there is evidence to suggest that children flying these kites are being killed by Israel. Watch this clip here. This is from the brilliant Drop Site News, who do brilliant journalism. Do support them. Let's just see this clip.
في الاطفال اللي بيلعبوا طيارات ورق بيلعبوا فيها لعب قاعدين بفتحوا في الاطفال قاعدين بيضربون في الاف 16 الله اكبر وين دين العرب وين المسلمين المفتنين ما صحيوش المسلمين للحين هذول امريكا هذول مهمين على العالم مسلمين هذول اثبات البشر في الدنيا كلها.
Horrific. And let's just see this clip. This is a Palestinian child destroying his kite because he's been told flying the kites may lead to him being killed.
عشان كاتس يرضى عشان ترامب يرضى بدهم يحرمونا الشغله اللي بنحبها والله قلبي بتقطع ربنا يحسنك قطع تجيبون الثانيه يا رب العقاب يا طيب جيب الطاقيه يلا.
This is in the context of Israel's war on Palestinian children. We know from the overwhelming evidence, full stop, but the UN Independent Commission earlier this year noted in great detail, in a detailed study, detailed report about the intentional targeting of children that Israel has deliberately targeted, intended to kill children. And they've gone through many case studies of that. Now, during the so-called ceasefire, which is not a ceasefire, as I'm going to show you the statistics, since last October, 1,280 Palestinians at least have been killed since it began. That is significantly more now than for example, who died on October 7th. 300 children, an average of a child a day, have been killed. No, on October 7th, 36 children were killed. So we're talking here 300 children, getting on for, what is it, 8 times as many or so. Silence, though. You know, again, this is just during the so-called ceasefire. We're not talking about the 20,000 plus before that. And, you know, there's more fury, again, I always say this, but over the fictional, non-existent beheading of Israeli babies than there is about the mass slaughter of children. You have to put this in the context of just how Israel has, for so many years, made the lives of children miserable. With a blockade on Gaza, which has banned, among other things, children's toys, footballs, crayons, children's books, pens, pencils, notebooks, A4 paper, ink for printing textbooks, school uniforms, computers, musical instruments, school desks, teachers' classroom tables, hearing aids, chocolate, sweets, neonatal intensive care ventilators, babies' nappies, baby formula. I could go on. Now, the latest news suggests that because of at least not the full-scale siege, which was taking place before, some food is got in, and Gaza children are no longer starving, but 12.2% are chronically malnourished or stunted because of the past starvation. And I'm afraid that means the damage may be permanent, and that can affect stunting, the development of a child's brain, their learning abilities, and their health for the rest of their lives. Now, meanwhile, there are constant and escalating assaults on Gaza. They destroyed Israel a desalination plant. And they also destroyed 2 mosques. Palestinian journalist Mohammed Hania says 2 mosques in Gaza. One is an ancient relic older than Israel, and the second is a makeshift one made of nylon and wood. The occupation bombed them. The Qurans were torn apart, and the stones and nylon were blown to bits. Just to be clear, attacking water infrastructure and attacking places of worship, these are war crimes. They are violations of international law. But again, you know, no outrage because Israel has been granted total impunity. Now, according to the UN's latest report, 90% of Gaza's population are experiencing moderate to high water insecurity. Roughly a quarter of Palestinians injured since October 2023 are estimated to have potentially life-changing injuries. And about 1 in 50 of the pre-war, pre-genocide population is now living with severe conflict-related injuries. We're talking about what's happening at the moment in Gaza. You maybe remember exactly a year ago, there was the double tap attack on Nasser Hospital. It was horrific to watch. This was the attack on Nasser Hospital. You could see journalists there on the roof and medical staff, and then it was attacked again in front of the whole world live. Now, Israel at the time lie and lie. This is what they always do. They lie and lie, and then what they do is they deflect, lie, gaslight, muddy the waters, and what they do is try to do that so people, you know, kind of go, ooh, who's to know what's real in the fog of war, and move on. Attention moves on. And they claimed at the time it was a Hamas camera that they were targeting. Now, there is a report by AP which looks into the latest evidence. They know that amongst those killed were Reuters cameraman Hussam Al-Masri and Mariam Dagger, who was a visual journalist who works for the Associated Press and other news organizations. But they quote an Israeli soldier who spoke to them on condition of anonymity for fear of retribution, because Israeli soldiers are only suffer repercussions, not for slaughtering people, committing war crimes, but for speaking out about these war crimes. He has told Associated Press that the Israeli military, could find no evidence linking the camera, which belonged to Al-Masri, a journalist, to Hamas. The soldier was privy to discussions surrounding the response of the IDF and said none of the 6 killed were the intended target of the strikes. Again, you know, Israel lies and lies and lies. It kills, it lies. It commits crimes, it lies. And the media facilitate this because, look, this is a year on and this is buried. You've not heard. You will have heard about the original attack. You'll have heard about the Israeli lies. And now it takes, a year with this buried report. Now, in this context, I just want to end with Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton, the former Secretary of State, who is an apologist for Israeli war crimes and the genocide they've committed, and who has repeatedly attacked those who oppose Israel's genocide. Let's just listen to what she has said.
There should be no doubt in anyone's mind how seriously Netanyahu has damaged, first and foremost, Israel. And second, the perception that people, not just in the United States, but around the world, have of Israel. And that has to be repaired.
Just to repeat, she said there should be no doubt in anyone's mind how seriously Netanyahu has damaged, first and foremost, Israel, and second, the perception that people, not just in the US, but around the world have of Israel. That has to be repaired. She's someone who has monstered those who've spoken out about the crimes committed by Israel under Netanyahu. I mean, she's repeatedly attacked them. And she has refused to accept the war crimes and the genocide that Israel has committed on an industrial scale. Now, her starting point isn't Palestinian life. It's Israel's PR. And she regards Benjamin Netanyahu not as a war criminal who needs to be, as per the International Criminal Court, arraigned before a court to answer for the genocide he's committed and to be put behind bars for the rest of his sorry life. She sees him as a PR issue to be managed because she thinks that you know, this is all about Israel's reputation. She's worried about not about Israeli armed soldiers murdering children and civilians and committing war crimes and crimes against humanity on an industrial scale. That's not her starting point. This is bad for Israel's reputation and therefore bad for the US's reputation because we're, of course, their key ally and their key supporter. We give them their weapons. It is such a monstrous lack of humanity. It's racism. She's not treating Palestinian life as having even the tiniest fraction of the worth of those she does regard as human. This is reputational management for her. It's, this is so bad for Israel and therefore bad for us. This is so embarrassing for Israel. Netanyahu is such a liability. What do you say? These people are monsters. I'm sorry, they are monsters. And these are people who are apologists and facilitators of one of the great atrocities of our time. And all they care about is their reputations and the reputations of the United States and its allies. That's what they care about. They don't care about people who are, whether they're like it or not, people with the same worth as they have. Again, we'll keep reporting on this monstrous crime. Please like and subscribe. Leave your thoughts and comments. Help us take on the pro-genocide media, which has facilitated this from day one at patreon.com/OwnJazz84. Like, share. I'll speak to you a bit.
Yeah, like, fuck. None of us have ever done anything to the levels of what Esau have done. Yet you're obsessed with us. Esau, on the other hand, you're terrified of, aren't you? You are terrified of Esau. On that note, big up in the super chat. Another 19.99 from Arafina. She put, "We are family. Hey, 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 hey. Hogshead trolls." Oh, wait, let me think that through. We are family. Hey, 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 hey. We've got all the Hogshead trolls with me. No, that doesn't fit. We are family. Hey, 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 hey. I've got Hogshead trolls all with me. No, one more time. We are family. Hey, 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 yeah. I've got all Hogshead. No, I've got Hogshead trolls. I've got all Hogshead trolls with me. I've got all Hogshead trolls with me. That works. We are family. Hey, 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 yeah. I've got all Hogshead trolls with me. Hey, 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 yeah. Fucking finally, big up. Getting dry mouth then.
bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles. No, she's fucked up. Now all she does
They
is go to my
also
dead
make
daddy's
shoes of the skin of the baby's skin. They got a special tool and they put it in a skin and like in a baby's skin and then they
Bold well for
pull
you
it
or
out
for the rest of us,
and then
really.
they put it,
Turns
then
into
they
that.
stick it because the blood is kind of sticky and stick it on make the shoe with the sole and the
Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, I need to research my enemy, yeah? So I researched my enemy, and the first